Check. Guys, good morning. Good morning. Let's adjust this mic a little bit more. Hopefully, everyone had a restful weekend because right smack bang, we have crazy opportunities today. Lots of market volatility, lots to discuss here. Major indices getting absolutely clapped this morning. Futures on the S&P down 1.21%. That's nasty. QQQ down 1.6%. IWM down 1.6%. You got Amazon down 2.1. Nvidia getting smoked down 2.62. Mr. Softy down 1.18. Apple down 1.22. Google, which was strong last week, getting absolutely crushed this morning, down over 2%. Meta down 1.92. Tesla down 2. JPM down. It's a sea of red today. Semiconductors are getting slapped around as well. And that is going to be very opportunistic. I like it. I like it a lot. Bum, bum. Mhm. Yes, we do. We like volatility. We certainly like the volatility. So there should be some trades today. There should be some trades today that we can execute. Day trades. I am just trying to focus on something here on my other screen. Mm. Very cool. All right, let's start jumping into some of these charts here because there's a lot to discuss. I'm just getting situated here. All right, so S&P right now gapping down. You're gapping over the 20-day moving average. That's never really a good thing to see in the overall equity markets. Nevertheless, that's what is occurring. Obviously, the big level that everyone will be watching is this gap fill. I would love to see it actually filled on the downside, but whether we get that or not, time will obviously tell. But that gap fill looks sort of interesting to me for a technical long. I do quite like that gap. That looks like an area of opportunity in my eyes. Question is, are we going to get down there? Time will certainly tell. But that gap looks very, very cool. It's likely going to hold some technical support off of that zone. So we'll keep that our eye on that gap fill. All right, let's go through some of the bigger movements because we will have some opportunity and then we'll discuss some of the economic data. But first things first, let's look at the US dollar. US dollar spiking to the high side, pushing to the upside. You also have interest rates 10-year yield pushing to the upside. You have that 2-year yield also pushing to the upside. Right now, 10-year yield is underperforming slightly that 2-year yield. Gold in the futures spiked to a new all-time high, potentially a little bit of a near-term top for gold. We'll see if this wants to be a liquidity grab, stopping out the shorts. But you can see a nice little reversal. Gold is still very, very strong, but obviously it is well off of its high pivot there and potentially giving us some lower highs on the back of the US dollar. Now, what is going on? Is there a housing crisis? All I know is the markets are under pressure and we have President Trump to speak in the afternoon. So Trump speaks at 2. So normally how this has gone is they keep the markets pretty weak throughout the whole morning session, and then they start creeping it up into the afternoon session. as Trump is set to take place, but Trump speaks at 2 p.m. So that is a big, big thing we need to watch for. So let's continue to go through. So gold obviously getting sold into a little bit, but still at 0.9%. Crude oil did spike to the high side, looking like another potential liquidity grab, but it is also coming into its consolidation range. Natural gas getting absolutely clobbered to the downside. I still think nat gas is looking constructive for a technical long, just backtesting your 7 and 20, which did get a bullish crossover. Obviously, what did we do on Friday? We closed out our natural gas position, our Boyle trade, I should say. And I am looking at potentially re-entering. So we took full profits on Boyle. That being said, this is looking like a very aggressive but pretty decent zone to potentially. I'm going to watch natural gas today because it could catch a bit of a bid. All right, let's go through some of your big boys. Nvidia getting clapped right now. Nvidia trying to test a bit of a head and shoulders breakdown. You can see it's well below its earnings low right now. So that's never a good sign for Nvidia. But nevertheless, if Nvidia triggers this little bit of a topping formation, what do we have? A move down to 155, 156. Obviously, there's a few different support levels along the way, which Nvidia will likely get bounces, big bounces at that. So we will obviously continue to watch that name closely. Apple Dapple looking strong last week, coming in a little bit, still above your 7-day moving average, still looking like it's holding relative strength. Amazon really breaking down below that 20-day moving average, looking like a potential little failed breakout here on Amazon's daily chart. The big level, Amazon needs to maintain structure above this wide range green candle. If it loses that, then we're going back down to these 200 and EMAs down here. Google obviously was a strong beast on Friday, pumping and pumping and pumping. Google still looks like it can push higher. It's in a very, very strong daily chart uptrend, still above your 7. It's holding the most relative strength out of your mag names. Meta, on the other hand, definitely looking a little bit more distributive here. You are hitting some lower boundary parallel channel support, but everyone's eyeing up that gap fill at Pierce of 700. So right now you're below the 7, 20, and 50. Obviously, that statistically is a little bit better of a buying opportunity, but Meta is definitely struggling here in the near term. Losing that previous pivot high after holding it for a couple bounces is never a good sign. AMD right now under a little bit of pressure. Marvell continuing to go lower. Let's look at MongoDB. MongoDB trading at 308, trying to come in a little bit. Let's look at Snowflake. Snowflake still holding pretty bullish above this previous high pivot, but it hasn't confirmed that breakout. So obviously we need to be mindful. It could be a liquidity sweep. Yes, it could be. All right, China stocks. Alibaba, considering the Dixie's trying to make a run here, markets are falling. Alibaba still holding bullish structure. Baidu coming in quite sharply. XPEV, that name's also coming in just a little bit. NIO, that name's holding quite resilient. Let's look at Tessie. Tessie's also decent looking chart, although it had a little bit of a failed breakout up here. I think Tesla is one of those mag names that can potentially bounce here. Maybe it wants to tag that 50-day moving average. I want to watch this closely because you really want to maintain structure above this impulse green candle for Tesla. Okay. All right. So we got some crazy moves. UTHR. That's gapping up here to the high side. UTHR. United Therapeutics, big move there, up over about 40%. Pepsi, PEP, seeing a little bit of strength today. Pepsi gapping up to the high side. Let's look at some of your other consumer staples. Hershey, not too bad. XLP. Staple stocks are actually green on the tape. What's negative? Your XLK really taking it on the chin this morning. So XLK knifing through that 50-day moving average on the back of tech being weak on the session. All right, we also have, ooh, look at this. Constellation Brands breaking down here in the AM session after hitting such a long-term support level. Yet again, it is knifing through key structure and support. I like that a lot. I want to trade Constellation Brands today, guys. Why is it gapping down? There must be news on it. What's the news on STZ? Shares, so Constellation Brands slashes outlook on weak beer demand. Constellation Brands cut its fiscal year outlook as widespread consumer weakness, including among its core Hispanic demographic, continues to weigh on demand. Interesting. Importer of Modelo and Corona beer said Tuesday that a challenging macroeconomic backdrop is leading shoppers to cut back on high-end beer as they make fewer trips and tighten their spending. Shares tumbled 8%, blah, 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 blah. Now expects organic net sales to fall 6% to 4% in its fiscal. That compares to the prior outlook that called for sales down 2%. Ooh. So forward guidance is taking on the chin for Constellation Brands. Beer sales now projected to fall to 4 to 2% compared with the prior view of flat to up 3%. Yikes. Yikes, 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 guys. So stocks never like when there's bad forward guidance. Constellation Brands gapping to the downside this morning. Right away, I see. What do I see? I see a nice little gap fill right in there, and then I see a big gap fill right in here. Very cool. All right, let's see what type of a level we have for STZ. There might be a trading opportunity here, ladies and gents. Let's just see what type of support we can muster up here. All right, so that would be a retrace back to your breakout zone. Let's adjust this channel a little bit more accordingly. That's a key violation of support, man. Wow. I gotta go to some larger time frames, but there's definitely a trade here, guys. I like this gap down. I really, really like this gap down. I'm just trying to figure out where we have any sort of trend line support, parallel channel support. Oh yeah, we're coming into some here. We are definitely coming into some. All right, let's go to some larger time frames here. We'll go 2 weeks out. So 2 weeks out, you're knifing through your 365 week moving average. Wow, that's a big breakdown. Monthly chart support. Oof. You have no monthly chart support on terms of moving averages, but you are filling that monthly gap there. That's a big gap fill. Wow. That's a really big gap fill on the monthly. Very cool. Just give me a second with this name. I just need to look at it on my other chart here. What I'm gonna do, so STZ, you know what? I don't even know if this, I mean, there's a day trade here, but this is more of a swing trade long. Looking at 146, I think 146 is in a very interesting area. Knifing through that fib level. See what that gives us. 139 we could potentially go to. Wow, that's a big, big drop. All right, let's go from this real breakout zone over here. 142-ish, around 142 looks intriguing for STZ. Not a bad area. Again, that's more of your swing trading. I mean, I would day trade it down there too. But you could stage a bit of a bid here off of this day trade long level. I wouldn't be surprised if STZ tries to bounce here. Kind of a double bottom pivot support. Nicely oversold. You're piercing a massive trend line, but the bigger level for me on STZ this morning, I would trade it around 145 Pierce. 145 Pierce. I'll keep that on watch. That looks like a very strong level, long-term level, but down sharply in the session. All right, so the sky is falling today. We have volatility. IONS seeing some positive price action today. Very cool. Very, very cool. What else we got going on? Finally, another high flyer taking a bit of a breather. ONDS gapping down just a little bit this morning. Still a name that is so extended to the upside, but down right now about 8.87%. Let's look at Open Door. Open Sesame. All right, open. What you doing? Open down in the pre-market. Right now, trading at 424, still holding above that Friday pivot low, but obviously under pressure in the near term. Quite a bit of pressure. Let's look at SOUN. Soundhound coming a little bit. I still want that name lower. Let's look at Intel this morning. Intel definitely looking quite saucy and weak to the downside. Let's look at uranium. So we'll look at nuclear stocks. Oof, uranium taking on the chin today. So names like Oklo are probably getting slapped. Yep, SMR. Yep. Let's look at Joby. Joby gapping down. Archer Aviations gapping down. Everything is under pressure today. Crypto, our Ethereum short continues to work wonders. Short off of that 47.85 level. Underneath the daily chart 7 and 20 in a bit of a downtrend. We've hit a little bit of a TP1 or kissed it, but I still think the next move down is below 4,000. That would shake out a lot of bullish momentum out of these names, but crypto certainly looking like it's under pressure. So BMNR coming in a little bit. Coinbase, yep, seeing some distribution. I think BTC is probably going to firm up a little bit. BTC is at a little bit more longer term support. BTC is piercing that EMA 113, retesting your previous little breakout zone. So BTC looks a little bit better and more constructive in this region. I mean, perhaps you got a little bit more to go, but you can see the level that BTC is bouncing. I'm just going to use a channel instead. You can see if you use that little channel zone there, BTC is bouncing quite nicely. Quite nicely off of that support zone. So perhaps we see Bitcoin firm up a little bit more. All right, let's look at some of these other high flyers. IREN, which is strong, gapping down a little bit. IPDN, what's happening there? Nothing really happening there. Nice gap down. Let's look at Carvana. Carvana under a little bit of pressure this morning. So is there a housing crisis? We will see what Trump wants to do. But I do think that they're going to keep this market a little bit weaker and then probably pop it up into Trump. UPST. That's also gapping down a little bit. Solar stocks under a bit of pressure. Affirm. So AFRM, guys, after it had a blockbuster move, we're still holding short from Friday. So I like that a lot, guys. Whoops. So I still think Affirm, remember we shorted that on Friday. I still think Affirm's going to go lower, and right now it's down another 3.5%. So that's helping our short quite a bit here. We are up quite nicely on AFRM. I like that move to the downside. Right now when we open, we'll build up just shy of 13% on that short trade, which is beautiful. Still have some runners on TJX, still looking for a gap fill. We came close off of this candle, but never officially filled it. Again, Mongo still trying to bounce a little bit here. At least we got some hedges in place. Although I've been accumulating long on some of these pullbacks, and I still plan to accumulate long because this market structure is still technically a little bit more bullish. We have been accumulating key shorts. You know, we've got UVXY. We bought commons around 12.12, so we're nicely hedged there. I am holding some IWM 231 puts. That's a member option trade, so that trade should work out quite nicely. ONDS this morning, gapping down. We've been accumulating a short, which we're now green on with an average sitting around 570. So that's working out quite nicely. So at least we can look to pare back some profits in the overall um, downside price here today. PLTR, I'm interested in grabbing some Palantir at some point, but it needs to go lower. We've been patient with this name. We traded successfully once. There's a strong chance we could get a nice retrace of this little bit of a tail candle. If we just simply do a fib retrace of that previous little bottoming tail, you know, typically stocks like to retrace 50% of that tail candle, which would take you to about 149, 149.38. Right now we're at one, almost just shy of 151. So that's kind of the area that I'm looking at Palantir. Doesn't mean it's an all flat out long, but at least for a potential scalp opportunity, that's where I'm looking. So right now, things are certainly interesting in the tape today. 5 minutes till the open. I'm just gonna grab some more coffee and then we'll settle in. Let's flip to dual screens here. We'll keep that S&P 500. I'm going to keep the daily chart open for a brief period since there's extra market volatility this morning. All right, let's grab some more coffee and then we'll get ready for this open, guys. Dang, dang, you hit me with a dagger this morning. That was free kick was just filthy. That was a filthy free kick. I know. You hit me with that dagger. That was brutal. I don't know. I thought we were still the better team. I mean, it was back and forth, but considering we were at Anfield, That was a good performance. I was happy with how we played, but you can't really take away from that free kick. That was nasty. I'll give him that. But it was a good game. Nice little back and forth duel. Should be a good season. All right, guys. So I'm watching quite a few things. I do have long levels on the S&P 500. They are slightly a little bit lower for a bounce trade, but I do have S&P 500 longs. Yeah, I had a crazy parlay running, and all I needed was Arsenal, and it would have paid huge. And oh, anyways, tasted the profits for a minute, but kissed them goodbye. I just needed a tie no bet for Arsenal, but that free kick was pretty good. I mean, you have to give credit where it's due. All right, guys. So I have long levels on SPY. I have long levels on everything this morning. But with this market volatility, I'm just gonna let things settle out for a few minutes here, and then basically we will be trading here. So the SPY long for me is just a touch lower. I'm gonna keep this daily chart open on SPY. All right, markets are open here. Markets are open. Bloodbath on Wall Street so far. Is the sky falling? GDX still doing well. Nvidia down 2.9. GameStop down. Intel down. RR down. Baba's gone negative. SoFi down 4%. Tesla down 2. Palantir down 3. Snap down a couple. Nvidia's sweeping that low. S&P 500 is coming into an interesting long level. Very, very cool. STZ bouncing nicely. Damn, that trade's off the table for me right now. IWM coming in hot. S&P 500 still super, super weak. Still very, very weak for the Russell 2000. Tesla still selling. Be careful with this downdraft. All right, SPY's getting a lot more interesting. Coming into a nice Fibonacci retrace zone. There could be a bounce here. There could be a bounce. I'm looking at trimming some of my IWM 231 puts. Staging a bounce, so there might be a bit of a long trade here on the S&P. We're knifing through a nice fib level, guys. Let that pierce that 636. There's a bit of a long trade coming up on the S&P 500 here. Let's look at the QQQ here. Qs are actually the Qs look like they want to sweep this low, guys. That's probably where the long is at when the Qs sweep this low. S&P still pretty heavy down here, coming into that gap in full force. Come on, fill that gap. Give us that gap, Phil. Dixie still strong. IWM staging a bit of a bounce. Bitcoin green. Staples and certain healthcare stocks are green on the tape, guys. Tesla catching a nice bid this morning. Very cool. Come on. I want QQQ to sweep this low pivot down here from Tuesday last week, and that should give us a long trade on the S&P 500, guys. Getting oversold, slightly oversold intraday, slightly. SPY is knifing through some pretty critical support levels. GDX is getting faded. DPRO down sharply. SE down nicely. Wow. Palantir still down a little bit. S&P 500, nice little oversold condition, and now we're going to wait for a positive divergence to build intraday. But remember, Trump speaks at 2, so we could see this market still keep fumbling around. I'm just going to be patient this morning. A lot of opportunities. I think entering swing trades definitely are a little bit better in my opinion. I think swings are favorable this morning. But that S&P 500 breaking momentum even on the daily chart. A good bid starting to occur in some of your more staples-based stocks. I'm a little disappointed that STZ bounced so nicely. Look at that bounce on STZ. That was a $4 or $5 bounce. I was looking for a little bit lower. Nvidia is also trying to bounce here, so you're getting some QQQ momentum, guys. S&P 500 is trying to bounce a little bit, but just shy of that gap fill. I'm gonna be pissed if they don't fill that gap on the S&P. That's gonna be pretty crazy. Come on, fill that gap, S&P. Just absolutely eat it. Big bounce occurring in the markets. Really big bounce. This is your opening candle bounce. UNH is trying to make a recovery. Bitcoin now up 0.5%. Dixie's fading a little bit. Nat Gas staging a nice bounce. The whole market is trying to bounce here. Lily's green, Ethereum's slightly green. Big bounce. Let's look at Tessie. Tessie obviously trying to stage a bit of a reversal as well. Big bounce occurring in Tesla. How's Marvell doing? Marvell trying to bounce. The entire market's bouncing here. Nice potential tail forming on SPY. Still down sharply, 1.26%. You still have your VIX up 7.3. Palantir still struggling just a little bit. Tesla's still trying to stage a recovery. Nvidia is also trying to stage a recovery. After sweeping a key low pivot, Nvidia is catching some momentum. If the SPY doesn't fill this gap today, that would be crazy to miss it by that much. Alright, so Microsoft's your strongest mag name. Then Meta, then Tesla, kind of neck and neck. Nvidia's still your weakest. Bitcoin's ripping now, up 1% on Biddy. Biddy. Biddy is ripping. Wow. Biddy. SMCI today tagging your daily 200 moving average. Big support level on SMCI. Look at that tail candle on Tesla forming. It's a big bid. That's a big bid on Tessie. A little bit more green starting to appear on the screen this morning. Wow. Universal safety products. Wow, monster move up on the session there. Alibaba still trying to hold some positive structure. SE trying to stage a bit of a recovery here, just a little bit weak. Palantir, big bounce on PLTR. SoFi still struggling here in the near term. Everything is trying to bounce. Let's look at AFRM. AFRM still down sharply, guys. If you're wanting to take a little bit of profits, I mean, on that day trade short from Friday, by all means, but I'm still just going to wait until gap fill. I want them to fill that. So I'm still pushing this one, trying to push it into the ground here. Mongo, big reversal on Mongo. Snowflake, big bounce on Snow. Snow ain't melting here. GDX, reversing there. Gold. Gold still holding up 1%. How's silver this morning? Silver still up 1.57% on the tape. Nvidia still down 2%. Very, very cool. Solar stocks are under a little bit of pressure this morning. So pretty decent bounce on the S&P 500 here so far. Really, it's your mega cap tech that's propping things up in the near term. But wow, what a pump on BTC. Look at that relative strength based pop on BTC. Very, very strong. Intel still down 2.5%. STZ, nice. STZ getting faded here. Good. Bring us lower, STZ. Bring us lower. S&P, a little bit more top wick distribution. Let's look at open this morning. Open actually trying to go green, surprisingly. Interesting. Very cool. AEO trying to stage a bounce. IWM still trying to bounce off of some daily chart support. Previous pivot high retest on the Russell. Bouncing quite nicely. QQQ still looks a little bit more constructive. Nvidia trying to stage a bit of a bounce here. Tesla still catching a nice little reversal. Come on, markets. Give us that gap fill on the S&P 500. Take us lower. The trend is definitely down, guys, on the tape today. Even though we've hitting some interesting support levels, trend is still down. Our Q's. So Tesla's still trying to bounce here. S&P S&P 500 definitely looks a little bit weak here in the tape. MongoDB is green. Wow, look at that bounce on Tessie. Big boy participating in the bounce. Give me some more coffee here. Crude oil's gotten slightly faded. VIX is still up 7.5, sorry, 6.6. 10 and 2-year yield still green. Dixie's softening just a little bit over the last 60 minutes, but still green. Natural gas still down 1. Crude's sold into, but still slightly green. IWM's outperforming so far, still down 1%. S&P down 1.18. QQQ down 1.28%. Let's see what happens here. A little bit of data coming in 3 minutes, guys. We got some manufacturing PMI data about to hit the tape. So just keep that in mind. Let's look at PLTR. Nice bounce on PLTR. SPY still got some top wick distribution. Rigetti down 4% on the tape. RGTI. Let's look at that name. looking pretty bearish, but hitting definitely some support down there. PLTR is still trying to bounce. Bank of America under pressure this morning, but big bounce off of the open. Look at JP Morgan, guys. That is a filthy, filthy decline off of the open. That is nasty. Bank stocks took it on the chin there. XLF, Citigroup. Let's look at regionals. Regionals obviously under a lot of pressure as well. That is crazy. Look at that JPM sell. Where do we have daily chart support? Looks like JPM could want to flush into your 20-day, guys. That's all the way down at 293.48. 293.48. Hoo-yah! Going back to the green side. Pepsi seeing some sell side. Celsius seeing some sell side. Coke seeing some sell side. MCD, top wicks. Let's look at AMD again. AMD's, nice bid on AMD. AVGO, nice bid there on AVGO. Semiconductors still trying to catch a bit of a bid. Let's look at TTD, Trade Desk. Trade Desk, nice gap down on TTD. Oof, I've been watching this name. Been considering getting long it, but maybe a little bit more. ADSK. ADSK still holding steady. How's that STZ? Still holding steady here in the near term. Okta still under pressure. Let's look at Tempest AI, TEM still holding. So you still have IWM trying to bounce here, looking a little bit more constructive off of the lows compared to the S&P 500. MNKD pushing, Cypher, CIFR, that's doing quite well. Interesting. Wow, look at Tessie. Tessie's making a nice recovery here. Almost trying to go green. Baba's back to the green side. Look at that name. Pushing right back up. Big bounce on RR. Wow, look at that bounce on RR. That is filthy. That is filthy. Open has gone to the green side. Come on, NIO. Dump NIO down. Take us back. S&P Gold Manufacturing is out. No real movement yet in the Dixie. Yields are seeing a little bit of sell side pressure. The manufacturing data comes in a little bit weaker than expected. 53.3 consensus versus 53. Little weaker on PMI data. All right, come on, S&P. Chop it down. Give us a chop it down. Still holding technical support. Crude oil trying to catch a little bit of a bid here. Coinbase has gone green. AEO's looking interesting. So American Eagle trying to bounce nicely off of the lows. Nvidia's still staging a really sharp recovery. GDX back up 1%. Ethereum now up 1.5%. Big price action. Big price action. Solar short, guys. Briefly went in the money there on our options trade. That was a nice little $40 put that we took in the options group. That trade is up nicely right now. But I'm looking for these markets to try to retest those lows, guys. I'm definitely looking for these markets to retest the lows. We're up about 40% on our tan put right now, but I think we can get some more. Look at the S&P 500. It is starting to see some selling. So for members, guys, if If TAN retests these lows, that's where I'll look to trim half of my options trade. All right, that TAN September 19th $40 put, I'll look to trim half of it. All right, so names like Enphase under pressure, new lows on EMPH, really good price action. First Solar coming in a little bit. Let's look at Solar Edge, still looking weak. Run. Caleb, you're asking, would I short Palantir here? You know, I think the whole market is a bit of a short here, but oh, wow. Wow. I didn't even see that. Now I see what you're saying. Yikes. What a reversal. I mean, just with the sheer power, it looks like it wants that gap fill. So, I mean, if you want to short it, you can definitely try, but I would have to wait for probably a move back to this 15-minute chart resistance. But you are hitting a nice little volume shelf again, but that's a really strong bounce. I'm shocked PLTR bounced that firmly so quickly too. Outperforming. Crazy. Trump announcement tied to supposedly tied to defense industry. Thank you, Anonymous. Hey, Anonymous, is this your little welcome back period? How's your vacation? Lost 10K on STZ? Shit. Yeah, I'm looking at actually swing trading at long, getting very close. I'm even looking at a day trade again. S&P getting a nice fat bounce here. Tesla almost going green. Sorry to hear that, man. We'll make it back. You'll make it back. Start of a new month here. Just getting back in the swing of things. There's going to be opportunities, but it's the nature of the business. You lose 10K just to make 20K back. All right, yields are still strong. VIX is still elevated. Bitcoin had a monster bid up 1.6. ETH had a new crazy bid to the upside. IWM catching a fat little reversal off of that bottom, so we trimmed half of our puts down there. You're seeing more and more price action. I know it's crazy, right? It's freaking insane. All right, maybe there's a short on PLTR, but I would really have to let it hit that, go positive and hit that upper boundary target. Look at the bid coming back into equities. Wow, I thought they were going to keep these markets a little bit weaker, heading into Trump and maybe give him the facelift and gratification of a big bounce. But stocks are turning positive, guys. A lot of stocks are trying to turn positive. Seeing more green appearing on the screen. Let's look at HIMS. HIMS was down sharply. Oof, nasty little gap downs being bought up in full force. Full force. Very early. Only 20 minutes into the tape. And we are seeing the markets showing resiliency off of the lows. Still under quite a bit of pressure. Semiconductors are getting a nice bid here. Let's look at Broadcom. SMCI today. Look at that back test of your daily 200 moving average today on SMCI. Filthy little back test. That is crazy. Nat gas still down 2%. We took profits on our Boyle last week, and now it's doing a nice little retest, potentially carving out a right shoulder formation here. Wow, look at the bounce in the markets, guys. That is a crazy. That is a crazy bid back up in the equity markets. Complete resiliency yet again in this market off of the lows. It's mainly your tech stocks that are bouncing quite nicely. Look at Tesla. Tesla looks like it wants positive price action. All right, there might be a short here on PLTR. Retesting your 7-day moving average. It's tough. Let's look at AFRM again. That name's still sort of weak on the tape. But your S&P 500 bouncing Extraordinary. Still down 0.97% in the S&P. QQQ down 1, IWM down 0.68. Financials are still pretty weak. Crypto's bouncing. Mongo's back up. Biotech doing quite well today. So biotech's catching some liquidity, which is why the IWM is so strong on the tape. Let's look at XYZ. That name is performing quite well. Wow. AI's gone green. That's another name that's been absolutely battered and bruised. Seeing a nice reversal back up today. Wow. So they've basically done a vertical push in a lot of different names. Right to the upside. DraftKings is still down. Let's look at Cisco. DraftKings looking a little bit more positive here. Very interesting. So again, S&P 500 on the daily chart, trying to looking like it wants to push back for that 20-day, being defended that impulse green candle. Very positive sign in the near term so far. That IWM, big bid. Big bid. Lithium stocks are under pressure today. Go figure, GameStop, GME is showing some strength, is now green on the tape. So GameStop showing some strength. Ooh, UPS another 2% down. Eventually UPS is going to catch a fat longer term bid. Looking like a bear flag. I'd love to see it sweep these lows one more time, and then I think it's ready for a nice swing trade. All right, big push in the S&P 500. Really big push there. Let's look at some of these names. Lyft back testing support, bouncing extraordinarily well. Almost green on the tape for LYFT. Let's look at Uber. Uber trying to bounce as well. Nice reversal today on Duolingo. That name is trying to firm up in the session. NIO still dripping lower, guys. We are riding $6 puts on NIO. That was a nice little free trade that I put in the chat. Those puts are almost in the money. Almost in the money. Come on, NIO. Drop it down to $6. Chop it down, NIO. Alright, let's flip back to Baba. Look at Baba, guys. Up another 1%. Hammering the table. Did a lot of research on Alibaba, and this name is just a beast, continuing to show its technical and fundamental strength, pushing to the upside. Let's look at Lincoln Electric, LECO. Interesting. Come on, give us some more downside volatility. Take us back down. Take us back down. Eat that bullish liquidity. Take us back down, and then pump us up on Trump. Again, biotechs. Look at biotechs today, guys. XBI. What a ripper. That's where the strength in the Russell's coming from. XBI is an absolute machine today. Pushing to the upside. Palo Alto, Pan W has turned green. Look at that. That is crazy. Pan W is showing some strength. Newmont miners are still green. Marijuana stocks seeing a little bit of distribution today. GDX still at 0.93. Solar stocks are still struggling. Let's look at ARM here. ARM trying to bounce, but still slightly weak. What else we got? Mara up 2.3 on the back of crypto, absolutely ripping to the upside. Albemarle Marley, lithium-based stock under a bit of pressure this morning. Medtronic, ticker MDT is green. I'm just looking to see what is making big moves. No day trades yet for me, but I did trim a bit of profit on my IWM 231 puts with members. Oof, NIO coming lower, guys. Let's see if we can get these $6 puts in the money today. Come on, chop that nasty stock down. Chop it down. Tesla still showing some strength off of the lows, trying to outperform in mega cap tech land. Let's look at IQ, China-based stocks. Certain China names are still showing strength, guys. Let's look at Yang here. So Yang is the bear ETF. It was up, and look at that, getting absolutely faded here. Yin is the bull, YNN. Look at that reversal on Yin. Oof. China stocks catching a really strong bid. Really strong bid. Good to see EQT making a bullish reversal back to the high side. Name like AR, so you're seeing a little bit more strength creeping back into the tape for... Wow, what the heck happened to Fubo today, guys? Holy moly, Fubo. Did a whole bunch of people buy new Premier League subscriptions in North America to watch the Arsenal and Liverpool game? It certainly looks like that. Certainly looks like that. Certain oil stocks are doing quite well today. You have XLE making a nice reversal. RIG, high beta energy stock, showing some strength today. XOM is kind of just flat on the tape. CVX, whoops, typed that wrong. CVX showing a little bit of strength. All right, what else we got? Snapchat down a little bit. Walmart's negative. Silver still absolutely moonshotting here. Look at gold. Gold is still super duper strong on the tape. Wow, gold is an absolute monster today. Pushing to the upside. We do have a little bit of data about to hit in 1 minute, guys. Let's look at the Dixie. Dixie has sold off into this data, which makes it a little bit more likely that it could bounce. Be very careful here. Humana up nicely. That's up over 1%. Hershey's gone green. Adobe still down 2.3. Lululemon under 200 bucks again. Oof. Lulu. Filthy, filthy price action in Lulu. IWM is just a beast, trying to go for 234, just tapping 234 on the Russell. The Russell is just a filthy monster right now. All right, data is out, guys. The Dixie is softening here. ISM manufacturing PMI coming in lighter than expectations, 49 versus 48.7. The prices for August also came in lighter, 63.7 versus estimate of 65.1. Dixie collapsing. IWM pumping to the high side. Holy moly, look at that price action. Let's look at gold here. Gold pushing to the upside. Damn, Dixie falling sharply here. That is nasty, I tell you. That is a nasty. Look at Lululemon today. That is filthy on Lulu, guys. Down another little bit. I want new lows on Lulu. Come on. A little bit of an intraday topping formation being observed. All right, you're seeing a little bit of space stocks, relative strength coming back into the tape this morning. ASTS, wow, what a reversal on ASTS. That is filthy. Rocket Labs is kind of lagging the tape right now, but maybe about to play catch up here. So RKLB looking a little bit more interesting off of the lows. Let's look at some of your quantum names. QBTS. Wow, what a reversal there on QBTS. Let's look at Rigetti, RGTI, monster reversal. Oh my goodness, AEO has turned positive. You look at HUYA, that has turned positive. You look at DRS, that has turned positive. Oh my, they have absolutely ripped this market back to the high side. But be careful, a little bit of top wick distribution hitting the tape on Nvidia. Where's Nvidia getting rejected right now, guys? Off of that earnings low. That earnings low is where Nvidia is seeing some rejection. Ram's asking my thoughts on SPY for today and this month. Well, we've had a nice bounce on SPY. I am finding a little hard pressed that we came so close and we didn't fill that gap. I'm thinking SPY has to fill this gap. Okay? But it's had a phenomenal bounce here, the S&P 500. But I would be shocked if SPY didn't want to fill that gap. But what a bounce, I mean. Very, very strong reaction off of the lows. You can see this pivot zone that they defended here. Doesn't mean we can't come down a little bit more. SPY's definitely under pressure. You can see a little bit of this longer term trend line connecting this pivot low back in May to pivot low to pivot low. The bulls want to recapture that zone, but in the short term, if SPY can manage to get a daily close back above this impulse green candle low, that is technically bullish. So we need to wait and to see what happens here. Right now they are defending it, which is a very good sign for the equity markets. But that's kind of your line in the sand right now for SPY, is that little low pivot. And I'll mark it there, that little dotted red line. But that's where the bulls want to maintain. Again, I still think that they can sell this market off and then pump it back on Trump, but it's been a phenomenal bounce off of the lows. Absolutely clinical bounce. Looking at Adobe here, ADBE, I've been eyeing up this one as well, but I've just been staying out of it. I still think it could go lower. Costco slightly negative. Let's look at ACN this morning. ACN also seeing a little bit more distribution. Interesting. IWM has some topics. The US dollar is still fading sharply, guys. Micron still coming in a little bit. Let's look at ADI. It's coming in a little bit. Caesar. Constellation Brands still under a bit of pressure. Some top wick distribution is occurring in SPY. All right, Nvidia's getting heavy here, guys. So Nvidia really weighing in on things, coming in sharply. And again, an interesting pattern on Nvidia. Bit of a topping formation. If you were to break and trigger that, you got to down move to 153 on the major indices. Dixie is still fading here. Got some positive price action in some of these insurance stocks. Hershey ripping to the upside. I was talking about that name pushing on as we move into the little bit more of that spooky season, Halloween. Definitely seeing the VIX is still elevated here, but it has come in and softened a little bit. You look at UVXY, they are selling it a little bit here, trying to bounce off of a little bit of near-term support for the VIX. So we got to watch that. Nvidia is still struggling a little bit. You have nat gas stocks are trying to catch a nice liquidity bid here. Nat gas still down 1.84. Interestingly enough, these energy-based stocks are trying to bounce quite nicely. AR, nice bid there. EQT, still bouncing. Range Resources, still mustering up a little bit of strength. PLTR never officially went positive. It came very close, so that was definitely a nice short zone. Looks like the markets could be getting through a little bit more distribution right now. S&P 500 still down 0.89, Dow down 0.64, Bitcoin and crypto ripping, gold still ripping, yields have softened, QQQ still down 1%, leading the charge to the downside. Mega cap tech is showing some signs of distribution here, with your semiconductors leading the tape to the downside, down 1.93% on SOXX. Look at the interesting level that we're trading into SOXX. We never officially swept this low pivot, guys. That's what I think we're going to be doing today, is looking for a low pivot liquidity sweep on the SOX. I would love to see them sweep this little pivot low, and then that would take us into this gap fill. That would be nice to see if they do that. I'm hoping they flush this market ahead of Trump's 2 o'clock speech, and then they rip it back up with Trump. That's still my expectation on the tape, guys, is a market dump, weak trading near the lows, and then they give it a nice presidential POTUS pump. Silver still up 2% on the tape. Fubo still ripping. Energy stocks still holding a little bit of strength. What else? Nat gas equity stocks are still trying to push to the upside. Interesting. Nat gas equity stocks are still showing resiliency. Come on, SOX. Chop it down. SOX is trying to hold that opening range high. You can see the relative weakness in SOX. Trading right at that OR high. SPY, well off of its opening range high. Ethereum has some top wick distribution starting, guys. Let's look at UNH this morning. So UNH trying to hold steady, and UNH is looking pretty bullish intraday, guys. Perhaps UNH is getting ready for this bull flag breakout into gap fill. I am seeing its counterparty, CNC. Look at CNC trying to break out to the high side, a nice potential bull flag pattern. So healthcare stocks are certainly looking a little bit more favorable. BBAI knifing to the lows. Let's look at VKTX this morning. That name is still trying to firm up just a little bit. Just a little bit. Go EQT, go. Push it, push it. Alright guys, Nvidia still coming in here. Look at Nvidia knifing down. Let's look at Apple Dapple. Apple's still trying to hold steady. Microsoft still holding quite steady. But Nvidia getting hammered right now on the downside. Semiconductors still lead this market higher and lower, guys. I repeat, weakness in your semiconductors and specifically SMH today is a bit of a problem. Look at SMH down over 2% on the tape. That is filthy. Let's look at Circle. CRCL. Ooh, Circle at the lows down 4.58%, looking like it's going to take out and bust through that low. CoreWeave this morning. CoreWeave is also under pressure. Intraday chart pattern not looking too good. Marvell has turned green despite the weakness in semiconductors. MRVL trying to show a little bit of strength, but obviously still down tremendously off of that earnings gap down. Look at Baba, new high of day for Alibaba, printing. Oh man, anyone that hasn't looked at some of the work I did on Alibaba, I posted a couple free videos on YouTube. They're really worth watching. Even the fundamental one, just understanding Baba's fundamentals. Gave some conservative targets. I gave some aggressive targets. Went through some technicals. So I did a technical video and a fundamental. The fundamental video, I did a little slideshow showing you some of the graphs, key graphs. But all right, Nvidia is still weak. Look at this US dollar though, guys. Absolutely fading off of the highs, which in theory should help the S&P. Gold still pushing. UNH, guys, UNH looks poised for some call options here. It is trying to break out of its opening range high, looking pretty bullish. GDX still up 1%. Mongo still doing well. Nvidia trying to stabilize here. S&P 500 holding off of a little bit of a volume weighted average price. Volume weighted average price running back from August 1st, so about a month ago, and it is holding 639. The VWAP's actually sitting at 637.80, so we're well above that right now. Yield's still softening, Dixie's still softening, UNH is trying to pump to the high side here. Tesla, a little bit of top wick distribution there. All right, let's see what else we got shaking and moving, guys. So the markets have now settled down a little bit. Open is ripping. Wow, up 6.97%. Cypher up 12. Iron up 8.2. Holy moly. Some of your strong stocks from Friday just absolutely moonshotted yet again. Buying up with full force. Look at this SCIFR Cypher. pump into the high side. Oh my goodness gracious me. Look at Open Door Technologies. Again, that's a name we've traded with great success on the swing trade side. Wow. AFRM, guys, continuing to go lower, down another 6.6%. Let this baby drill and drip. What a clinical short on a firm, guys. Everyone should have caught that on our Friday stream. We are just printing profits on that name, up over 15%. I'm actually tempted to take some more profits here because we are hitting a main pivot high and the equity markets are looking a little bit stronger. So I'm actually going to trim a little bit of my Affirm here, guys. Common shares short. And I'm going to put an in-the-money stop. I'm going to put a stop loss right here above this pivot in the money. So what is that? That's about a 84.80. 84.80 stop. All right, I'm just going to queue up that order and wow, it's knifing lower, guys. Yes, the firm's printing. All right, guys, I just trimmed a little bit more of my AFRM short. I have a few shares left on the day trade short from Friday, but that was a nice gain. That was a really good gain. You are hitting some 15-minute chart support, a previous pivot high. And my stop loss, that's going to be a hard stop, is at 84.80. So beautiful job if you caught that with us. Really, really good. That was a clinical short, guys. Beautiful. All right. Still think there's going to be opportunities, but I want to let this market, I still think we can flush a little bit lower. Tesla, though, holding quite steady. AMD still holding quite steady. Intel seeing a little bit of distribution. Nvidia's your kind of your dark horse right now, struggling. ASML, that's holding a little bit steadier. AVGO, still holding steady. PLTR bouncing right back up here. SPY point of control popped at 637.20, so I'm expecting more downside. Thank you, Ram. Yeah, I think so too. I think so too. I want that gap fill on SPY. I want them to sweep all this liquidity. There's a strong chance that they can sweep that liquidity, guys. Still have a lot of weakness in this market today. There's quite a bit of weakness. GDX is ripping up 2%. Wow. Ethereum getting slightly faded here. Healthcare stocks still standing firm. Alibaba still standing firm. Bitcoin still up 1.5%. Apple now getting faded. Nvidia seeing some more distribution. Look at those semis. SOX is coming in. Let's look at that SMH. SMH coming in a little bit. Let's look at the NDX. NASDAQ still holding steady. Let's look to see where we're trading on the SPX. So SPX daily chart, you can see we're trying to hold on to this little previous trend line that we knifed through here. Back test, back test. So we are holding a little bit of structure here on the SPX. Below your 20-day. Above this impulse green candle. The Dixie's just getting absolutely slaughtered here, guys. US dollar coming in hot and heavy. Wow. Wow. Lululemon still at the lows. Adobe still struggling. STZ getting faded some more on weak guidance. Take us to new lows. I want to accumulate you for the long-term port. Constellation Brands, nasty, nasty decline. How's CGC doing today? Yeah, big gap down on Canopy, down 13.3% on the tape. MJ seeing some distribution this morning. That US dollar still struggling immensely. Nice day for MRK. That's doing quite well with healthcare stocks. NIO still down a little bit. Dragonfly down a little bit. Nice decline in SE today. Wow, look at this GDX. Eventually, we're going to get a dollar bounce. The dollar's getting pretty oversold here in the near term. It's definitely getting oversold here in the near term. Knifing through 20-minute chart support. You are coming into the 15 minutes. So GDX could be a bit of a short up here, guys. Day trade short. All right, guys, I'm going to short GDX common shares short here. 64.50. I'm short GDX 64.50, guys. 64.50. I'm short GDX. And this is risky, gold strong, but I am expecting the US dollar to bounce a little bit here. And this is a half position short. I would add to the common shares short around 30 cents higher, 64.80 I would add, and that would be a full position. But we'll see what happens here. Gold is still very, very strong on the tape, so we're just expecting a little bit of a potential mean reversion bounce in the US dollar. Dollar's had a nice fade here. You are coming up into some support here on the 10-minute chart. So I'm expecting the Dixie can probably bounce at least back to pre-market low, maybe even your 98.20 zone here. So we should see that try to put a little bit of pressure on gold. I still think the S&P is a little bit weak here, but GDX short common shares 64.50 half position. Let's play ball. All right, Nvidia still down 2%. Open still pumping here. How's Tessie doing? Tessie still trying to bounce. S&P 500 trying to bounce still. QQQ still trying to bounce a little bit. Qs are bouncing off of its 50-day moving average. S&P trying to push a little bit. The dollar's trying to bounce. Gold still acting decently well. Gold seeing a little bit of top wick distribution here. Same thing with the GDX. Yields are still green. Nat gas still down 2. Crude oil still up 0.5%. Let's look at crude oil real quick. Yeah, crude after was strong, seeing a pretty hard reversal. Let's see if it still wants to hold some higher low status here. So here you have a low, higher low, higher low. We'll see if that name can push up. Still have the markets holding up quite well here. GDX still holding up quite well. Looking at ONDS, that had a really phenomenal bounce on ONDS, but potentially ONDS is shaping up for this head and shoulders pattern on kind of your hourly chart. You can see it on your 15-minute chart. So if this head and shoulders were to trigger, it takes us below $5 all the way into the 450 zone. I think ONDS is going to play out kind of like how Open played, where you had it kind of down, huge reversal, and then it gets faded. Big bounces, then it gets faded. So I'm thinking ONDS is going to play kind of like how Open was. Now it's a little bit of smaller stock. I think it was trading at 1.5, 1.6 billion market cap. But I think the better value is around $1 billion in market cap on ONDS. Even that is still extended for the revenue that it's doing, just burning through cash. So, but we'll see what happens. All right, GDX still showing some strength here. QQQ still holding its 50-day. Gold still trying to push. Dixie still trying to push. Tesla still trying to put. Alibaba, rip in. Let's go China. Let's go Baba. Keep pushing. UNH, absolutely filthy breakout, guys. UNH is a clinical breakout. Look at CNC breaking out to the high side. What crazy price action in some of these healthcare stocks. Wow. Crazy, crazy price action, guys. Crazy. Lots of volatility. All right, so the next data set that we have, guys, is around 11:30. 3 and 6 month bill auction. Then we have 1 o'clock 52-week bill auction. Then at 1 o'clock we have the Atlanta Fed GDP now for Q3. And then finally 2 p.m. we have POTUS. Trump is set to speak. So that's going to be very, very interesting to see. All right, Nvidia is still down 2% on the tape. Wow, look at this HUYA. What an absolute V-shaped boom. Recovery off of the lows. China stocks looking decent. Let's look at that IWM. IWM getting slightly faded here, guys. Slightly faded on the Russell. Come on, Russell. Take us. Chop us down, S&P. Chop us down, Russell. Nvidia's got some topward distribution. Rigetti getting slapped today, guys. RGTI. Bloodbath. Look at that nasty bear flag. Boom. New lows just melting and dripping. Where is the long level on the daily chart for Rigetti? That is looking pretty filthy in my opinion. Oof, that is nasty. That is nasty. Upsloping trend line puts Rigetti potentially all the way back down to 1430-ish. 50 days sitting at 1463. Yikes. Yikes. That is nasty. Our GDX is still trying to push. Gold still trying to push here to the upside. Gold is now up to 3,500 yet again. Palantir's almost green, guys. PLTR trying to push here. PLTR almost going green. You could likely slap that one back down here. PLTR is a short, guys. And then using your high pivot. Or if you really wanted to use this 15-minute EMA 113 as a stop loss, so 157.35, that's not a bad area. I'm actually probably going to look to enter common share short on PLTR here. Let me see where 10-minute resistance is. Yeah, I'm gonna short PLTR here. And my stop loss is just going to be a close above this area. All right, guys, I'm short PLTR 157.20. 157.20. This is a half position short. 157.20. I'm short PLTR 157.20. Just common shares. I would add to the position. Actually, I'm not even going to add. I'm just going to keep it with whatever I have here. But I'm short 157.20 PLTR. All right, let's play ball. Palantir still trying to shake and move a little bit here. GDX still pushing. GDX is 10 cents away from me doubling down on my short position. It looks like gold maybe wants to sweep that high pivot. So GDX, I'm very close to adding 64.80 I would add. GDX did make a new high of day, but 64.80 I'm going to add to my GDX short. All right, come on, Palantir. Drop it down back to 155 here, and I'd be a happy camper. Come on, GDX. Guys, get ready for GDX, eh? I'm very close. Very close to adding to commons. Palantir still showing a little bit of resiliency. It did make that red to green reversal. Now people are looking a little bit more bullish, but that is a huge range on PLTR. Nice 4.6 reversal. See if we can get a nice 50% retrace on PLTR back to, call it, 154 Pierce zone. That'd be interesting. All right, SPY is still holding a little bit of technical structure. There's a ton of resistance here on PLTR, but it is trying to firm up here. Dixie's still trying to hold 98 bucks. Gold's still trying to trend for that previous all-time high pivot made. 3508 Pierce was your gold high into new resistance. PLTR trying to push here. Uh-oh, big bounce on the S&P. Big bounce on Palantir. Palantir looks like it might want to sweep that high. Maybe it wants to grab this liquidity here. Nvidia trying to stabilize a little bit. QQQ trying. Palantir's trying to push a little bit more. S&P 500 trying to push. Palantir now up 0.5%. Looking for a liquidity sweep of the high. Sweeping that high pivot. Come on, PLTR. Take us lower. Our markets are getting a nice bounce here. Decent bounce. Nvidia's curling right back down. S&P trying to hold 639. Palantir's seeing a little bit of distribution. It's trying to hold steady off of this high pivot here for PLTR. Approaching our stop loss, but I'm still short. Come on. Come on, PLTR. Give it up. Gold seeing a little bit of top wicks. GDX still trading 9 cents away from my next ad level on GDX, guys. 64.80. I'm going to double down my shares short. Palantir's still acting quite well here. GDX up 2.3. Marvell still trending. Ethereum up 1.24. UNH up 0.7. And face down 3% or so. Aw, come on, Palantir. Don't do me dirty. Don't do me dirty. GDX seeing a little bit of sell-side pressure. Again, this is a 5-minute close on Palantir. So there's still 3 minutes left in this candle. So I'm not going to stop out if it swept through that resistance. It's a 3-minute. All right, gold seeing a little bit of a distribution sell here, guys. Gold seeing a nice hard candle down there. Big candle down on gold off of those highs. Look at that. That should help our GDX. Our GDX is back to the green side. Nice. Nice. Let's see what that US dollar is doing. US dollar catching a little bit of a spike here. Come on, chop gold down. Chop gold down a little bit. Still a very strong asset on the tape. Palantir, come on. Look at how they tried stopping us out there on Palantir. That's why you use a 5-minute closing basis, and often you don't get caught in those liquidity sweeps. SOGP, what the heck is up with that one? Let's look at SOGP for Sarfares. Oh my goodness. Up 79% on the tape. Yeah, breaking to the high side. I don't really know what's up with that name. but I don't really see even a short level. That's probably a tough name to short. Looks more like a continuation. There must be news on it. I don't know what it is, but there must be news. Probably some sort of a news candle, looks like. Come on, PLTR, chop it down. PLTR trying to hold this little bit of a breakout zone. Excuse me. So I'm looking for PLTR to try to retest this 156 zone, this 155.50. That's your point of control. I think we can get a retest there. I'd love to see that. That's where I'd probably trim half of my position. All right, Intel still up about 1.0, sorry, down 1.0. BABA still printing here, new highs. BABA still trending, guys. Look at that thing go. Again, I suggest you to watch my fundamental video on BABA. It really gives some clear mathematical price to earnings targets. That's a really, really good video to just look at how that company's poised to potentially run Palantir right back up. GDX still pushing. Gold still seeing a little bit of distribution. Bitcoin up 2% now and pumping. IWM still outperforming SPY. SPY still outperforming Qs. Amazon still struggling on the tape. Nvidia is still struggling on the tape. Tesla acting a little bit better here. Come on. SPY, take us lower. Give Trump the pump. Ram saying SPY point of control moved up to 639.40. Cool. Thank you. Gold catching a nice bid here. Palantir still trying to shake and move a little bit. I could raise my stop and add to the position on Palantir. I'm considering that. Right now I'm 50 shares short. Thinking of taking another 50 if we pop through that zone. I think this is just a big liquidity grab. GDX still trying to push. Still 4 minutes left in this candle, this 5-minute candle. We did print a little bit of a, it's not really a hanging man candle, but it's kind of a little bit of a distribution signal on Palantir's 5-minute chart. So just be careful here. Could be trying to print a 10-minute hanging man, but definitely a little bit of an indecision candle on Palantir. Indecision in a weak market typically yields more downside price action. GDX, guys, coming into my next ad level for GDX. GDX, I am going to be adding at 64.80. Take a fill there on GDX, 64.80. I have a full position short, GDX, full position short, 64.80. All right, Palantir is trying to bust through my stop loss. We still have 3 minutes left in the candle. It is squeezing. Palantir is trying to show some strength here. So 2.5 minutes left in this candle. Maybe it wants to try to tap prior day high. I'm contemplating adding. Still living to fight another day here. It hasn't given us that close. Let me look at this on the 15-minute chart real quick. 7 minutes left in the 15-minute candle. Interesting. I might give it a little bit more room to run PLTR. We might not need to, but yeah, it's starting to come in a little bit. Interesting. A little bit of a top wick reversal candle there. Okay, so 2 minutes left in that 5 minute candle. All right, I'm going to give Palantir a little bit more room to run. I'm going to adjust the stop loss to a 15-minute closing basis, which gives me 7 minutes left in the candle. So I'm adjusting that to a 15-minute close. I might not need it. You know, the 5 minute candle, it still hasn't given us a close above that level, which is telling me that it's a really decent stop loss zone. And it's telling me that they're just trying to sweep this liquidity before I think we get a decent retrace back lower. But I'm giving it a little bit more room to run on PLTR. It's not an options trade, so I can sit through a little bit more volatility on the commons. And it's not that big of a position. I'm just looking for a small scalp here. All right, open still up 6% on the tape, guys. So open still doing quite well. Nvidia curling right back down, guys. GDX seeing a little bit of sell side. Palantir still seeing a little bit of sell side here. Let's look at GDX. GDX coming in off of those highs. Gold still potentially a bit of a 15-minute hanging man candle on gold. ONDS trying to break down a little bit. Again, this stock losing its point of control in the short term. I still think ONDS can retest its pre-market low. If you look at where its pre-market low was on ONDS, look at that, trading all the way down to 510, which could put this stock down another 9.5% on the tape, guys. Don't be surprised if ONDS wants to retest its pre-market low. All right. Palantir still holding steady, but getting rejected off that 5 minute reversal. Still trying to act well here for PLTR. S&P seeing some more distribution. Take it down. Tesla still down 0.5%. BABA up 2. Palantir up 0.4. NIO up down 1.96. Nvidia looks like it wants to go right back down to the lows, ladies and gents. Freaking MongoDB, what a monster. That thing is just an absolute dirtiness. Alright, what else is happening in this tape? IWM has a little bit of top wick distribution. The Russell 2000 is curling slightly down, getting rejected off of prior day lows. So never a good sign when you have a really bullish bid. And look at this clinical rejection on the Russell, guys. Look what we got rejected off of, right off of your prior day low. That is a filthy rejection. If it loses our opening range high, Russell could easily go right back down to the lows. SOGP is a very good short. Yeah, so SOGP does look like a short now off of a retrace. If you get a sweep of this high, I think that's a very good retrace because then that would put in a little bit of a negative divergence intraday. Obviously, it's still very extended, but any sort of a retrace, whether you wait for a 50% or you wait for a full, it does look like it's putting in a bit of a high volume reversal candle. I would personally wait for a complete sweep of this candle, but I might miss the trade, but that's kind of where I would look to enter. Gold still strong. Intel still down 1.5%. Palantir still just floundering here. Seeing a little bit of resistance. We are now green on the trade. Come on, chop it down, PLTR. Chop it down. Oh, Palantir. Why did that point of control jump? Never mind. Didn't. PLTR, we're green on that trade, guys. That's coming in quite nicely. Come on, PLTR. Give us a hard reversal down. Hard reversal down. GDX seeing some top wick distribution. Look at Nvidia and the S&P 500. S&P 500 coming in hot here. IWM looking heavy. Nvidia looking like it's going to take out the lows, guys. It's amazing how price action changes in the world's largest company. Nvidia was posting double-digit revenue growth, and to think that this name can continue to post double-digit revenue growth off of a 4 trillion market cap is just over 4 point. It was 4.4, almost 5 trillion is insane. I think it was like 4.5 trillion at the highs or 4.46 trillion. But now that Nvidia is only posting single digit revenue growth, you're really seeing those high growth investors exiting stage left. Is it still a quality company? Yes. Is it going to catch monstrous bids? Yes. But look at that high volume 3-day sell off on Nvidia. That tells us that, oof, big boys are exiting. But the nice thing about that, guys, is that capital is going to find a home. It's going to find a home one way or another. Come on, Palantir. Get weak. Get weak. SMCI is still down 4.3%. Let's take a look at that bad boy. New lows for SMCI, guys. Nvidia is probably going to take out the lows. Look at SMCI coming into its daily 200 moving average, and it can't even hold that. So your next big level is this gap fill that it just came shy of filling. That's at 39 Pierce. Wow. Wow. Nvidia looks like it wants to take out those lows, guys. Yes, it does. Come on down, PLTR. GDX is now starting to fall. Gold, sweeping the highs on gold. Look at that, new all-time highs on gold. Gold just did a high pivot liquidity sweep over 3,500. What an absolute monster. Could be a bit of a double top liquidity sweep there on gold. GDX coming in quite sharply. Nvidia still melting to the lows. AMD still holding a little bit more relative strength. AVGO holding a little bit more relative strength. Looking at ASML, that's coming in. SOX coming in. SMH is weaker still. Look at SMH coming in sharply. Apple Dapple coming in. Microsoft coming in. Let's look at Google. Google looks like it wants new lows. Amazon holding a little bit better. Tesla holding a little bit better. And Tesla's into a whole cluster of key moving averages. This is where some of the capital from Nvidia could be looking to rotate into Tesla. That's possibly a scenario. Possibly. S&P 500 still a little bit weak here, but trying to hold steady. Again, you're coming up into this critical area where the bulls need to defend price action. It's a daily chart level right on this red dotted line. The 637.27 zone is a critical area for the S&P 500. I would consider buying SPY calls, 0DTs at the gap fill, guys. At the gap fill, I would consider buying them. Let me look at SPY on my other chart here. I want to go to the daily chart. Yeah, so we're piercing that fib. We're coming into another volume weighted average price. We've already tested that area once. Yep. Oh, I like that. Yep, I have a really good long level on SPY, guys. A really good long level. SPY is technically a short here, guys. SPY is technically a short. If you want to short SPY here and use a stop loss kind of above this 638.28 area, it is a short. SPY looks like it's going right back down to the lows, guys. SPY is going to drill, baby, drill. Palantir still holding steady. SPY going lower. NVIDIA almost at the lows. Come on down. Green slightly on Palantir. We are basically flat on GDX. NVIDIA going for new lows, guys. SPY testing a very critical level. Opening range high. Daily chart bullish level. If it loses this, we are taking out the lows. But it's looking like we want lows anyway. You've had NVIDIA busting through the lows of the tail. Well, not yet, but trying. Looking very heavy here. Micron holding slightly steady. Let's look at the QQQ. Qs are still well off of the lows, but it's looking like the S&P is knifing here, guys. Come on down. Come on down, S&P. Look at ONDS, guys. It is drilling to the downside. Go, baby, go. How are our TAN puts? TAN still coming in. Come on. ONDS, big head and shoulders potential, guys. A big head and shoulders potential on ONDS. Look at this. If this triggers, you got a filthy pattern on ONDS that takes us down to about 443, and that could play out today. How extended this ONDS chart is, it is a really, really cash burning business that is absolutely run on government incentive, drone and defense technology. You know, it was yielding a 1.5 billion market cap dumpster fire company right now. So all it is running is on forward expectations hype, and I do think it's going to play out just like Open did off of these crazy, crazy moves. All right, so Nvidia is still trying to defend those lows. S&P 500 still looking pretty heavy. We're up a little bit here on our PLTR. We also have GDX now coming in, guys. Two short plays we are in. And they're both starting to print some profits here in the live day trading room. Drip it, Palantir. Fall, baby, fall. Here we go. SPY still heavy. Bum, 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 bum. PLTR, give us more. Give us more. We're coming into first trim, guys. I'm going to look to trim half of my PLTR around this 155.44. Come on. Keep dumping. I do have a long level on the S&P, but it's not yet. It's not yet. It's a really strong level on the S&P 500 that we're likely going to get a very good trade off of. But not just yet. All right, I'm going to post the level in the live chat here. All right, so I posted the long level I'm watching for SPY into the live trading chat. Come on, give us a flush. Give us a flush. We want lower. It's almost 11 o'clock. We still have Trump speaking at 2. Data in 7 minutes, guys. No, sorry, 37 minutes. We have your 3 and 6 month bill auction. Nice for that stock. Just want to pull this name here. Ooh, I like that. That's coming in nicely. Drill, baby, drill. Big bounce on PLTR. A really sizable bid. It's okay though. GDX, look at Nvidia trying to defend, guys. Nvidia trying to defend double bottom here. Printing a potential higher low, but I still think that that could just be a little bit of a liquidity grab before they take us lower. But Nvidia is trying to defend. You obviously have to keep Nvidia. Surfer is looking at LASE. Sorry, I didn't see that. LASE looking nice for an entry around 180. Oh wow, if you hit that 180 entry, wow, you're already green. Did you take that, Sarf? That's a nice entry. If you caught that, wow, good job. Yeah, nice sweep of those lows. Down 41%? What the heck just happened on that? Holy moly. Jeez. Down another 5% there on LAZR. Wow. That's crazy. Let's look at what was the other ticker that I wanted to look at? Big bounce on PLTR, guys. Really big. Good price action on AEO. Take a look at that name. Holding some structure here. Getting bought up. How's Nike doing? Nike actually backtesting some support. But Nvidia is still getting sold into just a little bit. Dixie's trying to curl up. Some warrant news. Wow. That's crazy. Thanks for that. Yeah, that's a filthy, filthy bounce. Down 38%. That could still bounce quite sharply. I mean, could easily go back to three bucks on LASE. Looking pretty good, pretty good. Still seeing some great price action in EQT. How's natural gas doing? I'm very interested in getting long nat gas again. I'm considering Boyle. Let's look at UNG today. Not too much volume, 5.1 million, double that and add a quarter, so 10.2. Probably gonna look to trade around 11 million today. Not looking too bad. Interesting. But our EQT calls, they're still acting quite nice. Very, very good. Yeah, just protect that trade, Sarf. I mean, you're in the driver's seat. That's an extraordinary bounce. 290. Let's see where that is. Yeah, you got some 4-hour chart resistance there. But your daily chart 50 is all the way at 309. Wow. Extraordinary bounce, though. Really big bounce. AFRM still just floundering around here. Not doing too much. BTG, that's just popped up on some of the high volume lists, looking for a high of day breakout on BTG. This name could absolutely squeeze. Interesting. Rigetti's still down sharply. NIO is trying to bounce. HWH, what the heck is that name? Gosh, up 241%. Yeah, that looks like a bit of a short. Let's look at SOGP again. Yeah, so we might get that retrace on SOGP. Uh, the S&P 500 still trying to bounce off of its opening range high here. Big bounce on PLTR. Really big bit on PLTR. Right back to the highs. Trying to break out here. GDX still seeing a little bit of accumulation trends. Nat gas could be trying to stage a bit of a bounce. You still have the VIX elevated quite nicely here. UVXY still trying to push just a little bit. Let's look at the IWM. IWM's trying to hold its opening range high. Palantir still strong. Come on, solar, give it up. Still seeing some decent price action. Solar, NIO had a nice bounce. All right, let's see what else is shaking and moving here. Dixie's still trying to bounce. Dixie's trying to recapture its pre-market low. SPX down 1.15. Open looking weak now. Yep, open is starting to come in. A potential little bit of a lower high. So if you're wanting to short open with a stop at that prior day high, that's not a bad entry. Just abide by it. But yeah, it definitely looks like it could be heading right back down to those. QQQ still underperforming. Tesla almost down 1. Meta's seeing a little bit more price action off of the lows. Better price action off of the lows. Google underperforming. Nvidia underperforming. Amazon underperforming. Coinbase strong. SMH down 2. Ethereum getting some top wicks. Seeing MongoDB. So this is a strong stock that's getting faded off of the highs, guys. So this is another short that looks like it's going to go back to the negative side. You're definitely seeing that come under pressure. I'm still short PLTR. I haven't closed that. I'm just going to manage it, hold it. I'm just going to manage it. VRTX seeing a little bit of addition. Mongo just went negative, guys. MongoDB. Let's flip back to the S&P 500. SPY trying to stage a bit of a bounce here. Palantir looking much more constructive right now, trying to push. UPST still down about 3%. What else we got? Home Depot trying to turn green. GDX still up 2.6, sorry, 2.6%. DocuSign down 3.6, Affirm still down 5.2, XYZ Block down 4.1, AMD down 1.24, Capital One, guys, getting smoked. Financials are looking like they're in dire straits today. I mean, that's some nasty price action in some of these financials. Not looking good. Even though they're bouncing off of their lows, some of those chart patterns are looking pretty disgusting. That's potentially why gold is running as so much as well. People are exiting financial stocks and pouring themselves into gold. GameStop still acting quite well on the session, guys. GME, look at GME, up 1.76%. Intraday pattern not looking too bad on GME. Go figure, eh? Go figure. Starbucks down a couple or 1% today. VKTX back to the negative side. TPST That's a biotech that does have a tendency to squeeze. That's trying to catch a bid. Let's look at NVAX. NVIDIA seeing more top wick distribution. It's not acting well. What else we've got? Airbnb down a couple percent. Long end yields are trying to push a little bit more here. NVIDIA is seeing a little bit more distribution here. I still think NVIDIA has a strong chance of taking out the lows. S&P 500 still trying to hold that opening range high. Palantir, I'm still short, trying to wick us out. They are trying to wick us out on PLTR, but I ain't paper handing that. I think we're going to get a big retrace down, especially if the S&P 500 gives up some of these names. Again, you're seeing some strong stocks like MongoDB, which was up a couple percent, getting faded from the highs. Gold still holding steady here. Biotechs are still holding steady. Come on, S&P, give us a dump. Crude oil, guys. Crude oil is trying to make a high spike here, so keep energy stocks on watch because crude is breaking out of its opening range high just as SPY is about to have a bit of a breakdown. So an interesting divergence there. Crude spiking. Crude is spiking. Energy stocks could catch a bid. All right, let's keep scrolling through this list. GDX just printed a new high of day. EQT going for $53. Can we get our EQT $53 calls in the money today? Looking likely. Walmart's green, so you're still seeing a little bit of rotation back into your staple stocks. That is a sign of capital moving defensively. Let's look at some of our S&P 500 sectors here. Just do a quick little market check. S&P 500 sectors. Look at the bloodbath on Wall Street today. Every S&P 500 sector is red, with XLK underperforming, financials underperforming, industrials underperforming, real estate underperforming, regional banks getting slapped and slaughtered, Dow Jones transports getting slapped and slaughtered. Your best performing sector today is staples. That's a sign of defensive price action, as well as healthcare, showing some signs of life, utilities, and energy. But it is a bloodbath so far on Wall Street, with the S&P 500 looking like it wants to take out the lows. Crude oil continuing to spike here. Crude is still spiking. Come on, dump us into Trump. Give us the good old-fashioned Trump pump. Disney down 1.3. Mobileye down. Monster gone negative. Humana. Oh, I can't believe I missed Humana. Can't believe I missed that. Look at that move on Humana. Jesus, just day after day after day. Oh my goodness gracious me, Humana. I got FOMO on Humana, guys. Someone pinch me. Alright, even Baba is starting to come in a little bit. So Baba's been a strong horse, right? That's even starting to see some sell side pressure, which is when you start seeing the stocks that have been running to the positive side coming in, like Mongo, like Baba, that's a bit of a concern because it's likely telling us that this market can go lower and retest the lows of the session. They're starting to take liquidity from all aspects of the market. Even Hershey's getting slightly faded. Kava down 2. Rigetti's sucking today. QBTS sucking. ONDS. I want ONDS to trigger that head and shoulders, guys. Come on, ONDS. Push it to the downside. Push it. GDX still a beast right now. SPY losing that opening range low. Palantir still holding steady here. Go figure. Go figure, eh? SPY's still seeing some distribution, guys. Still holding off of that double bottom low. Nvidia's still trying to hold steady here, guys. We're seeing this market still acting pretty resilient on the tape. Pretty resilient. But SPY losing that opening range high in the near term is definitely showing some distribution signs. We'll see if the markets want to take out that low. Again, I'd love to see them flush and keep this market pinned until that 1 o'clock time frame. And then we could slowly start to see some more accumulation trends into that overall Trump meeting. So we'll see if they give it the good old-fashioned POTUS pump. I wouldn't be surprised. Would not be surprised at all. Come on, just flush SPY. I'm still holding short Palantir, short GDX. And obviously we have some swing shorts that I'm looking to take some profits on. Looking if TAN can flush here. Already trimmed a little bit of the Russell. That one's still coming in a touch. Russell 2000 looking a little bit weaker here. Trying to hold 15-minute chart support, but underneath its prior day low. S&P 500. Again, look at how we're just sitting right on this big level. So if we flip to the daily chart of the S&P, that's this impulse green candle. This impulse green candle, this monster bid on last Friday, the August 22nd, that's a big critical area that the bulls need to try to defend. Obviously, we can knife through it intraday, but the bulls need to close above this red line today on a daily chart closing basis, or else we run the risk of seeing more sell side pressure. Here, Nvidia still seeing some more distribution. The dollar is trying to firm up just a little bit more, guys. Double top coming on SOGP. Yeah, so look at that. That's a nice retrace. That's a really good retrace there. It could still try to sweep that high. But again, I might miss it. I would only take it at a sweep of this high. It's a tough one because it's obviously one of the stronger stocks in a weak tape. I don't even know what the market cap is on this guy. Yeah, look at that. 59.16 million market cap. That is just so light. Volume today, what are we trading at? 7.37 million on the volume right now. So we're above the average volume, and it's only around that 11 time frame. So again, it could work out, but just understand it's a lower price equity. It could squeeze a little bit higher than most people anticipate. Is it extended? Yeah, it definitely is. But you have these weekly chart pivots that you could be looking to sweep. So 2338 high pivot sweep on the weekly chart looks much better. Yeah, so I would wait until you print another high there, sweeping that high. Not a bad area. So yeah, that again, I would wait I'd wait until you sweep this 2350 zone, high pivot, maybe even a squeeze into 24 bucks. But it's getting a little distributive here for sure. Getting a little bit choppy. So keep eye of that. SPY's still struggling here. Nvidia looking a little bit weaker. GDX still ripping up 2.64% on the tape. Beastin'. It's in pure beast mode. Dixie is catching a really sharp bid here, guys. Take a look at that US dollar. US dollar bouncing quite nicely. Is it affecting gold? Not really. But gold is extended. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 15-minute green candles in a row. Overbought, negative divergence, all-time high. Watch out. Watch out. GDX still standing firm and rooted here. Pretty nuts. Dollar is bouncing a little bit. Palantir still short. Come on, PLTR. Give us a nice dip. GDX, give us a bigger dip. Come on. So again, what we're seeing is a slow drip and grind of the S&P 500. They are just dripping us lower. Leading stocks are getting sold into. Nvidia now down 3%. IWM falling. S&P 500 breaking that opening range high, looking for a new low of day for the S&P 500. You do have the market's in for a little bit of distribution. Look at ONDS, guys. That one is getting heavy. That head and shoulders could be trying to trigger today. IWM. Too scared to short open here. I know, it's a little bit more of a tougher short, but no, this one's going to probably go negative. S&P 500. But yeah, you are coming into that opening range high, so it's a little bit of a tougher. It's not the best entry for a short in my opinion. I would say if you get a bounce off of this OR high, wait for about a 50% retrace of this move, and that would probably be your better entry on the short. Because SPY could easily just chop around here. There's a lot of people that are jumping into SPY puts here looking for a flush. A lot of people are going to pile into 636s here looking for a flush into that gap fill, which it could work out, but again, they could easily just bounce this here. Dixie's still trying to push. And again, you do have the London market closing in about 13 minutes. So typically we do see a lot of the traders in the London session selling off at that 11:30. There's a very high statistical back testing of price action selling into the London close as traders look to exit their final long positions or short positions. Here we go. We are still falling a little bit more. Punch it down. Punch it down. Palantir, we're green again. Still waiting on GDX. Nvidia, trying to take out the lows. 10-year yield pushing higher than the 2-year yield. Still seeing that divergence. Gold starting to see a little bit of weakness here. IWM falling. Gold seeing a potential hourly topping tail building. So it's 41 minutes left in the candle. BABA still up 1.32. CNC is still doing well. Ethereum looking a little bit more distributive here. Palantir trying to go back to the negative side. Nvidia did sweep the lows there, guys. Nvidia did print a new low of day. Look at that. Big bad boy falling down 3.2% and drilling. Come on, Nvidia. Get to your gap fill. Can they flush Nvidia all the way into this gap? 167. That would indicate roughly another down move of, call it 1%. Just shy of 1%. That could easily happen, guys. Palantir now drilling. S&P 500 wants that new low of day. QQQ still well off of the lows. IWM well off of the lows. You have gold starting to see a little bit of distribution. GDX a little bit of distribution. We are green on PLTR. Come on, SPY. Keep falling lower. 1.3% down on the S&P 500. Bitcoin still holding strength, up 1.77%. Amazing. Dixie back above its pre-market low, but seeing a little bit of sell-side pressure that could help the S&P bounce a little bit. Nvidia trying to bounce a little bit as well. Double bottom retest, sweeping of the lows for Nvidia. Can it catch a bid here? Come on, PLTR, give me a nice retrace down. I want PLTR to retest this OR low. Or sorry, OR high, point of control. Come on, PLTR, you've been a stubborn little bitch. SPY is still hanging in there, guys. How's SPY volume? So we're trading at 1120 right now, 25 million shares on the tape. Not that much. Not that much. Not too much volume. So again, marijuana stocks continuing to come in pretty sharply. MJ coming in. MSOS coming in. CGC still near the lows. Aurora still near the lows. Look at 10. Big bounce on 10. Still seeing impressive price action in AEO. That's pretty decent. SMCI still super weak. Wow. Maybe a potential near-term top for Mongo. How's Snowflake doing? That's coming in. Nike. Wow, Nike's at the lows, down 3.7. Let's look at Lulu again. Ah, Lulu. I know. Man, every part of me is saying pick up some Lulu here, but I don't know. Then I just look at the chart and it still looks like it wants to go lower. Crazy. How's Adobe doing again? Nasty. Google still coming in. Socks is down 2.5%. S&P 500 still trying to hold steady here. Palantir still holding steady. Amazing. Alright, I gotta grab something to eat here. My stomach is rumbling. I'm still gonna watch and manage things here because we're obviously coming into a potential long level, but make sure I watch the SPY level. Still acting well. Gold still acting well. Dixie still trying to firm up. S&P still off of the lows. Nvidia hanging right onto the lows. Right onto the lows. HWH. Oh my goodness gracious me. $9.3 million market cap. They're pumping this bad boy. Volume today. Yeah, 170 million shares. That's crazy. I mean, do you dare to short it? You could probably, no, it's probably once this weekly sweep. Yeah, if you want to take a short, I don't even know if they have shares available on this name. I haven't looked. Um, but if you're wanting to short it at a Pierce of 723, 720, that's that weekly pivot. That's really the only resistance I see, high volume reversal zone. But it's risky, just understand that. I mean, is it extended? Yeah, intraday, hourly, 4 hour. I mean, look at that hourly RSI, 97. 97 on the 20 as well. Daily chart 93, 83. I mean, it's got a lot of momentum though. But yeah, it's getting stretched. 1, 2, 3 bar surge on the 10-minute. Holy moly. 3 bar surge on the 20-minute. But that would be the only level that I would consider it. 720 Pierce. But crazy. Palantir still holding structure here. They just do not want to take PLTR down yet. GDX coming in a touch. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. SPY busting through the lows of the session. Nvidia knifing. Oh my goodness, things are getting real dirty here. Real dirty. Oof, we're coming into that long level. But now I don't really like it as much, but wow, we are falling here sharply, guys. Nvidia, there is definitely an aggressive long level into this gap fill. But a part of me thinks now they want to maybe sweep this low pivot here. Do they want to? That's the question. SPY long here. I am ready. Hitting that gap fill. I like it. Buying down 1.4%. This is a big level. Gap fill. VWAP. Piercing that point of control. Sweeping the low of the day. Let's see what happens here. Definitely a big level for the S&P 500. SPY is still heavy down here. No bounce yet. Very, very heavy price. SPY trying to hold that gap fill. You have a volume weighted average price tagging 635.48. Gap fill. Nice positive divergence intraday. There's a few factors here for a bounce trade. But obviously markets are still weak. Palantir is now starting to participate in the sell side pressure. Trying to bounce this market a little bit. But lots of selling still occurring. Lots of selling. Let's see them bounce it here. Let's see them bounce it here. Alright, gold seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. Dixie's still trying to firm up just a little bit. ONDS down 7.76%. They are trying to buy Nvidia up with just a little bit here. Nvidia is catching a decent bid. Apple almost down 2% on the tape. Nvidia is seeing a little bit of buying pressure. SPY down 1.48% on the tape. I could see them bouncing this market back to 636.50. That's where I could see a bit of a bounce back to, and then a continuation. Nice downward pressure on PLTR. Still have gold trending here. SPY trying to catch a little bit of a bid. GDX still acting well. Palantir trying to catch a bit of a bid. Again, SPY filling a daily chart gap fill. Daily chart gap fill on SPY has been filled. A little bit of a bid coming in. A little bit of a bid coming in. Gold's still acting quite well. Gold's now had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 consecutive red candles in a row for gold. Quite extraordinary. Quite extraordinary. All right, S&P is trying to recapture that 636 level. Let's see if it can push back to that opening range low. There's a big sell right there. Still short PLTR, still short GDX. Video's still dripping lower here. Gold just printed a new high of day. Wow. People are still exiting stage left. Tesla now down 1.87. Amazon down 2.93. Block down 5. Nike down 3. GameStop coming in a little bit. Carvana down 3. Spotify's green. Roblox still up about 0.97. Boeing's green. Nice move on Crocs today. That's up 4%. CROX. Interesting. Crocs is near the highs of its chart. Trying to firm up. Yep, VIX is up nicely. It's a broad market sell-off. Every sector red, so VIX is definitely showing some signs of strength today. You can see it's very tough for this market to bounce. All the pops are being shorted. Nvidia is still near the lows, so no bounce there. Plug Power down 6, Rivian down a couple, Roku's negative, Snapchat down 2.7. Wow. What the heck happened here? Crude oil continuing. Firm still down about 6. What do I think of ZSL, swing trade long? Wow, bludgeon today. A lot of gaps on the chart, looking like it's a gapper and a mover. Look at us dripping here on SPY. My, oh my. Knifing to the downside. ZSL. I'm not too familiar with this company. Let me look at it in a second. We're just getting some movement here in the market, so I promise I'll look at it in a few moments here. Just remind me. We are getting some extra market volatility. PLTR, we're green on that trade. GDX starting to come in. ONDS coming in. Good, good, good. SPY still trying. SPY is still struggling here immensely. Getting bludgeoned here. They're exiting stage left right now. Nvidia's just made new low of day for Nvidia. Markets are still trending to the downside. Apple down 2, Nvidia down 3.7, Amazon down 3, Qs are down 1.8, Google down 3, Meta down 1.7, Tesla down 2, and we are trending to the downside. Palantir, again, I'm looking for a cover zone on Palantir. Half of it around this 155.44, right into this point of control. Still holding GDX. UNH is about to go red. Lyft is about to go red. Stocks are still under immense pressure. All your sectors are really, really struggling today. AEO, though, continuing to show some strength as the market's falling. Look at Sydney Sweeney. Sydney Sweeney buns are keeping AEO higher here. Interesting. Pretty crazy. Come on, PLTR, hit my level. Hit my level, PLTR. Nasty bearish break so far on the S&P. They're really, really knifing this into Trump. GDX now curling down. I like that. Palantir getting smoked. S&P 500 still getting smoked. A really good sell program in the major indices here. S&P 500 very oversold in the short term, but doesn't guarantee a bounce. Nvidia is still looking pretty heavy. SPY still selling. Gold trying to push. Palantir's coming into my cover zone. Drop it, PLTR. Look at PLTR knifing here, guys. Come on, PLTR, pay us. Keep going, PLTR. Keep it coming. S&P 500 still super duper weak, trying to get a bounce. Alright guys, I am gonna look to cover my PLTR here early because SPY's a little bit long overdue here. But I'm covering my PLTR short. I'm gonna cover half of it. Half of it. Alright, we just covered half at 146, sorry, 156.50. 156.50, I covered half of my PLTR. Still below that area, so you can trim if you want. But I did cover half, and I'm moving stop on PLTR to break even. So we're still seeing gold pushing new highs on the session. You're seeing SPY still at the lows. I did trim half of my UVXY long for just over 10%. I repeat, I did trim half of my UVXY common shares for just over 10% gain. Beautiful, beautiful price action there. And stop loss is now in the money protecting the trade. So good job if you took that with us. That was a little bit of an investing alert. Still looking at trimming the rest of my Palantir if we flush into this 155.44 zone. So interestingly enough, SPY took out its lows. Qs and IWM are still off of their lows. Dixie trying to curl slightly lower. Gold still pushing 35.21. Wow. 2.16% on gold. Monster move. And I still think SPY can get a bit of a bid here. Back to the 630, 650 zone. Palantir still weak. Nvidia is still coming in. By trying to recapture that gap. Nvidia almost down 4% on the tape. Pretty crazy bloodbath in Nvidia today. Nvidia is your weakest mega cap. Then Amazon and Google are kind of neck and neck. Apple not doing too well here. GDX coming in a little bit. Gold seeing some minor selling. Minor. Tesla's trying to be defended off of a higher low here. If this market catches a bid, Tesla on a relative strength base doesn't look too bad. Looks pretty interesting. Baba still holding resiliency here. Look at Baba go. Oof, look at natural gas, guys. Damn, I should have bought some boil. Look at that bullish reverse on that gas. That was a dip and a half. Oh my goodness. On the precipice of retesting a head and shoulders, but trying to get above that neckline right now. Looking pretty good. These nat gas equities still look decent. Interesting. BTC still trying to bounce. Consolidating right now for Bitcoin. Palantir right back to the negative side. SPY still looking a little bit fragile here. Gold still pushing up. I mean, look at this gold chart. Remarkable. What are we at now? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. That is truly remarkable. Small bounce attempt in the S&P 500. So looking at KHC, Kraft Heinz, yeah, that one's under a lot of pressure. Big decline today. This one's still a good stock for a longer term portfolio add. Getting absolutely slaughtered today. You know, if you look for some call options into the January timeframe, maybe even like March of next year, you know, $28, $29 calls, probably even $30 calls for next year will be enticing. But KHC breaking down today. Nasty, nasty decline. You are retesting this previous little support zone, but that's a filthy breakdown. Filthy breakdown for sure. Ethereum has gone negative again, guys. So ETH now showing a little bit, and this is where the crypto market could be in for some tumultuous price action. If Bitcoin dominance starts to move up here, and Nvidia just made a new low, guys. Nvidia's knifing. But if Bitcoin dominance starts to firm up here, it's going to take the crypto market down. ETH has been keeping things up, but ETH is very stretched here. But look at Nvidia just getting clapped right now. They are selling this bad boy into the ground. Wow. Look at that. Nvidia going for a gap fill, guys. Look at that gap fill we talked about, what was it, an hour or so ago? That's coming into play. Palantir still trading near the lows. It's going to be tough for the S&P to bounce here, but this is a bigger level for Nvidia now. 4-hour chart support, EMA 113 on the 4-hour chart. Last time you tested that EMA, it was all the way down here back in May when Nvidia broke out. But what's probably going to happen here is Nvidia is now roping in shorts because it's triggering a head and shoulders. And it's probably going to get a nice bounce back up to 170, 171 off that daily chart level. So I'm going to take some Nvidia calls, guys. Swing trade, a little bit of a free alert, but I am going to take some Nvidias. Palantir is coming into profit target, guys. PLTR is coming in. I'm actually considering taking it off the table here. Um, all right, guys, I'm all out of my Palantir. Pierce of 156. I'm all out of my PLTR short. All out of PLTR there. Nice little trade. Little gain there. So I'm all out. Did issue a free alert for NVIDIA 170 calls. Swing trade, October 3rd. So I took a bit of an entry in NVIDIA. We'll see if we get a bounce here. And obviously I did issue a SPY trade alert to the live trading group. So we'll see if that one can firm up. Big bounce on the S&P 500. Nice. GDX new high a day. Gold is just absolutely ripping. Oh my goodness gracious me. Gold is a beast. Up 2.29% and flying. SPY trying to recapture that little gap fill. Can we bounce here? SPY trying to get a little bit better here. It's on the S&P 500. We are pumping. Come on, SPY. All right, Dixie trying to firm up a little bit. Crude oil still moving up to the high side, up 1.5%. Bitcoin up 1.58. Nvidia down 3.6. Tesla down 1.3. JP Morgan down 1.3. S&P 500 trying to go back to 636. Come on. Nice potential 3-bar surge setting up on the SPY 5-minute chart. Come on, give us some follow through, S&P 500. Give us some follow through. You have a major point of control around 637 on SPY. Come on. Palantir's still a little bit weaker. Apple trying to bounce. Microsoft curling to the upside here. Here we go. Come on, SPY. Keep pushing. Big push on SPY. Let's go, baby. Come on, SPY. A little bit more. A little bit more. You can do it. Come on, SPY. Push it. Hey guys, options trading group. We just hit our 636 0 DTE SPY calls are in the money. They are in the money. Next little impulse candle, I'll look to trim, guys. Come on, give us a little impulse candle through that opening range low. Get it through there, little SPY. Don't sell it there. Nvidia got some top wicks. Still seeing Microsoft trying to curl to the upside. Top wicks on Nvidia. S&P still down 1.42% despite this little pop in the market. Will we get a facelift here into POTUS? You're really struggling here. We'll see if Nvidia can get back to its OR low, opening range low. SPY's right there. Let's see if the big behemoth can get there. Nvidia catching a bit of a bid. SPY still dripping. All sectors of the market are still red. XLK still underperforming. Real estate and regional banks still underperforming. XLP staples have moved up off of the lows. Energy, XLE almost trying to go green on the tape. Palantir back down 0.5%. SoFi down 3.3. Nvidia still down 3.6. Open still slightly positive, up 1.35% on open. Let's see if this wants to hold. So SPY bouncing off of its previous gap fill zone. Looks like a strong bounce there. Do they want to break us out here? Big 1 minute bounce on the S&P there. Can they push this market up a little bit? Can we retest the opening range high? So if you were to retrace this little down move, you know, if your minimum retrace of this down move puts SPY back at 630, 634. I have a big level at 637 for SPY. I think that's the magnet zone for SPY. 637 is where I could see it retesting today. So daily chart, that's near this little low pivot. You have a bit of a point of control zone there. You have a 382 fib retrace of this little down sell side move. And that would rope in quite a bit more long liquidity in anticipation of the POTUS meeting. And we'll just have to see what it wants to do here. Come on, SPY. Can SPY break out of this 1 minute inverse head and shoulders pattern? Will it give us a trigger? Or is it just a little bit of a fake pattern intraday? We'll see what happens here. But it's trying to build a bit of a potential rounding bottoming formation. Nvidia is still trying. Dixie though also trying to push. Let's take a seat. So a really good breakout there on the S&P 500. Stunning breakout, triggering a little bit of an inverse head and shoulders. Nvidia trying to firm up simultaneously. Come on, S&P, you got more in you. You've tested this area once, got rejected, pulled back to that gap fill, bouncing, creating a bit of a potential higher low. Let's see if we can get through this. We should get through this opening range low. I have a TP. We should retest that 1 minute EMA. Your 113. That's where we should retest. A little bit of top wick distribution though in Nvidia. Microsoft kind of floundering just a bit. Gold still pushing. Big rejection there on SPY right off that opening range low yet again. Oh, what else do we have going on? Pretty big rejection there. Soundhound down 4. Tesla still down 1.3. They really punished the breakout buyers there. They absolutely snaked them. They snaked those breakout buyers. GDX still no respite. Just continuing to float and grind with gold. Wow, look at AEO, guys. That's up 3%. Squeezing. AEO is looking like a short squeeze. Strong stock, weak tape, bull flag on the daily, back above the daily 200 moving average. This looks poised for a continuation. You look at the type of pattern that AEO is building here. Nice little inverse head and shoulders pattern that honestly gives you quite a bit of upside here. Big push on the S&P. Microsoft not really participating. Nvidia trying to bounce. Here we go. We're reattacking. All right, SPY's looking like a squeeze setup here. Here we go. Nice push. Come on, SPY. Give us some higher highs. 1 minute EMA here. Come on. Beautiful push here. Come on, squeeze it, SPY. Squeeze it. Get your big ass up there. Nice push through. Excellent. A little bit more, SPY. Look at that, guys. Bang. Look at that. Huge push. Bang, bang. I just secured profits on those 0DTE calls. That was a member trade in the live trading group that I posted. 636 0DTEs. Average 90 cents. Just trimmed at $1.23. Hitting my TP zone. Stop strap break even. Trade is risk free. Let's see how much we can run. Nice trade there. That was an epic squeeze, guys. Again, that was a member trade I put in the live trading chat. 636 0DTEs, called them out around 12 o'clock. And we just printed up just over 35% on the first trim. Nice trade if you caught that with me. Nvidia is still trying to curl a little bit. I was waiting for that SPY level for quite a long time. I waited for that SPY level even off after that that hourly candle popped there intraday. I was still waiting for this long level, and that proved to be a really solid trade. And let's see what type of momentum. We have triggered an inverse head and shoulders on the 1 minute chart, which upside target takes us back to our opening range high, guys. So just keep that in mind. SPY's triggered a little bit of a bullish pattern intraday. We'll see if it wants to firm up here and give us more upside. You guys, I'm going to take a little bit of a break. I'll be back for Trump at 2 p.m. Just a heads up, I'm all out of my 0 DTEs, all out of my 0 DTEs. SPY 636 calls absolutely printed. Nice little live option trade there. So I'm all out of my 636 0 DTE SPY calls from 91 cents to $1.60. Guys, I just want to let you know I printed another trade there with members, trimmed half of my SPY 639 calls for tomorrow. Beautiful little trade, stop loss at $1.25. Lovely little gain there from 97 cents to $1.79. Beautiful. $85 win on the beautiful. The free trade that we issued is for NVIDIA as well. That one's doing quite well. GDX, we are basically slightly green on that trade. Markets are squeezing here into Trump. This is exactly why we positioned ourselves long, accumulating into the dip. And look at that S&P 500 just squeezing to the upside. Bullish momentum in full force. It is pumping. Beautiful. That's what I'm talking about. Nice trade there. Look at them squeeze this market. Beautiful price action. Hitting the equity tape right now. Microsoft squeezing, SPY squeezing, NVIDIA going for 170 here. Look at that S&P 500 ripping to the upside. Go, baby, go. Look at this push in the markets, guys. 639 calls we took are almost in the money. They squeezed this market back to the high side. Selling gold a little bit. Look at them push. Beautiful gain, guys. Just trimmed my 639s all out for 110%.
great friends of mine. I think I can say this group is every one of them. I rate a 10. I can't always say that, even if they're Republicans, and these are Republicans, great Republicans. I want to thank you all for being here for this important announcement, 7 years in the making. As you know, this has been going on for a long period of time, and I am thrilled to report that the U.S. Space Command headquarters will move to the beautiful locale of a place called Huntsville, Alabama, forever to be known from this point forward as Rocket City. Okay, so Huntsville, Alabama, we love Alabama. I only won it by about 47 points. I don't think that influenced my decision, though, right? That didn't, right? But we had a lot of competition for this, and Alabama's getting it, Huntsville in particular. So congratulations, everybody. Katie, congratulations. This will result in more than 30,000 Alabama jobs, and probably much more than that, and hundreds of millions of dollars of investment, and that's billions, because it can't be millions, it's billions and billions of dollars. Most importantly, this decision will help America defend and dominate the high frontier, as they call it. I want to thank Secretary Pete Hegseth. He's doing a fantastic job. And Secretary of the Air Force Troy Mink. Troy, thank you very much. Great job you're doing, Troy. This is such a big deal. This is one that everybody wanted to know. What are you doing? I also want to thank Senators Katie Britt, and I want to give my condolences. Your grandmother, her grandmother just passed away. She was 100, right?
100, and she loves you, Mr. President.
Well, and she was very proud of you.
Thank you very much.
Very, very proud of you. So thank you, Katie.
Wonderful woman.
She must have been. To produce you indirectly, I can tell you she had to be. Tommy Tuberville, who's a great coach. And I won't say anything about what happened with Alabama football this weekend.
Let's leave that out.
But you're not used to that, right? You're not used to that. But Tommy, Auburn won, that's right. They did. So you're happy. Tommy's been a great senator, as you know, and a fantastic guy all around. He was also a tremendous coach. House Armed Services Committee Chair Mike Rogers. Thank you, Mike. Where's Mike? Mike, thank you very much. Doing great, Mike. Representatives Barry Moore, all great friends, Robert Adderholt, Gary Palmer, and Dale Strong. Thank you all very much, fellas. Appreciate it. In my first term, I created a thing called Space Force, so important. You know, we were losing the race in space very badly to China and to Russia, and now we're far and away #1 in space, and reestablished Space Com with a mission to protect American space assets and detect any threat to our homeland. We initially selected Huntsville for the Spacecom headquarters, yet those plans were wrongfully obstructed by the Biden administration. And as you know, they moved them to a different locale. And today we're moving forward with what we want to do and the place that we want to have this. And this will be there for hopefully hundreds of years. That's where it's going to be. I will say I want to thank Colorado. The problem I have with Colorado, one of the big problems, they do mail-in voting. They went to all mail-in voting. So they have automatically crooked elections. And we can't have that. When a state is for mail-in voting, that means they want dishonest elections, because that's what that means. So that played a big factor also. In Huntsville, Spacecom will play a key role in building the Golden Dome, as you know. That's going to be a big thing. Everybody wants to be a participant in it. Missile Defense Shield, we're going to be having a Golden Dome that the likes of which nobody's ever seen before. The finest, the best. And by the way, Canada called. They want to be a part of it, and that'll be great. But Canada wants very much to be included in that, and we're going to work something out with them, I hope. It will also ensure that our technological capabilities, of which we're way ahead of anybody else, there's nobody close, remain unmatched long into the future. So I'd like to ask Secretary Hegseth to say a few words. He was very much a part of it. And really, everybody behind me was. Every one of these people would call me and lobby me. I said, Katie, I don't want to talk to you anymore. I know what you want. She said, that's right, sir. That's what I want. And they got their way. So I just want to congratulate. These are really special people. They're politicians in many ways, but they're great patriots, I think even more so than politicians. So they fought very hard to get it, and it's an honor to give it to Huntsville. Pete, say a few words, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. As usual, right place, right time, for the right reason. In your first administration, you established the Space Force at a time when we knew we had to be looking to that domain of space. You also reestablished SpaceCom to ensure that priority was put in place, and you, through the Air Force, independently identified that Huntsville, Alabama was the right place to put it. For other reasons, in the next administration under Biden, they decided to move it somewhere else. Well, during that time, the DoD Inspector General, the Government Affairs Office, they did their own assessments, and where did they say SpaceCom should go? Huntsville, Alabama. So what you're doing today, Mr. President, is restoring it to precisely where it should be based on what the Space Force, the Air Force, your leadership believes will give us strategic advantage in the future. That is Huntsville, Alabama. We are way ahead in space, but this will ensure we stay leaps and bounds ahead because that's the most important domain. Whoever controls the skies will control the future of warfare. And Mr. President, today you're ensuring that happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Katie, would you like to say something?
Mr. President, we are grateful for your leadership on this and restoring Space Command to its rightful home in Huntsville, Alabama. This delegation has worked together, both chambers, both parties, to make sure that Huntsville was the place that Space Command called home. As was mentioned, obviously the Biden administration chose to make this political. What we want to do is put the safety and security of Americans first. We want to make sure that our warfighter is put first, and we want to make sure that America continues to lead. And today, Mr. President, you've allowed that to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Tommy, please.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President. This is a great day for our country, not just for our state of Alabama. We need help in our military. We need to catch up. And as Secretary has said, we're not behind in space, but we know where we're at, and we need to expound on that. Now, this move will save the taxpayers $480 million. It's not going to cost more. It's going to cut $480 million. We have the plans intact. It'll be behind a secure wall in Huntsville, Alabama, at Redstone Arsenal. We have 40,000 people there. We have the FBI there. We have missile defense there. We have NASA, Blue Origin, and SpaceX. It is the perfect place for Space Command. I would tell you today, and I've spoke with the President for the last 3 or 4 years about this, if I thought it needed to go somewhere else because I understand the security of our country, I'd be for that. But the best place for Space Command is Huntsville, Alabama, because what we have and what it means to this country is going to be so important. So thank you, Mr. President, for this, and we look forward to building a huge Space Command and having the Donald J. Trump Space Command Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Absolutely.
JD, would you like to say something?
Sure. Well, Mr. President, thank you. I'll be very brief here. I lobbied the president hard to put it in Ohio, but he said these people behind us, these Alabamas, are just too powerful and too persuasive. And so it's in Alabama, but as Tommy said, this is exactly the right place for Space Force and Space Command. I think Americans ought to appreciate the fact that you can't win the battle of the future unless you control the skies. The cyber security, the communications, the entire infrastructure of the battle in the 21st century will be in space. So it was a visionary move in the first administration for the president to set up Space Force, and I think an equally visionary move to make sure that Space Force is right where it should be in Huntsville, Alabama. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Gentlemen, anybody want to say anything? Would you like to say?
Mr. President, another promise made, another promise kept. You think about it, Redstone Arsenal is critical to national security. The president said when you were the 45th president, let's do what's right for national security. And today, that's exactly what we're doing. It's not because of this or that. It's because it's right for national security. You think of the 21 categories that were evaluated to determine what was best for national security. All indicators pointed back to Huntsville, Alabama, and Redstone Arsenal. We have the right people at the right place at the right time. Mr. President, on behalf of the people of the 5th Congressional District and all of Alabama, thank you for keeping your word.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you very much. Anybody?
Let me just say, Mr. President, I want to say thank you and thank you for doing this because it was the right thing to do. When they looked at all the numbers, Huntsville was the place to go, and like you say, it was unfortunately pulled out, but you made it right. So I want to just say thank you again for a grateful nation, and to the state of Alabama, we're very grateful. Thank you, and God bless. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Throughout history, militaries has always understood that whoever could hold the high ground held the advantage. Space is the ultimate high ground. And what we're doing with moving the Space Command to Huntsville is absolutely critical to our maintaining dominance in that sphere. And it goes hand in hand with what we're trying to do with the Golden Dome and missile defense to defend against anyone else who tries to enter that sphere. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much. Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. And obviously, national defense is a huge issue. And when you look at the scores, Alabama was #1. And for political reasons, it was moved out of our state. But, Mr. President, thank you for making priorities the defense and the warfighter and the safety of this nation. And in the big, beautiful bill, that Golden Dome will be built in Huntsville, Alabama, and we're grateful for that. Thank you.
Listen, as chairman of the Armed Services Committee, I care very much about what's most important for our national security. And the president held a nationwide competition to determine where we should have this command. If y'all remember, at the end of that competition, where Alabama came in first, there was a lot of complaints from the other states who did not place well. He said, we'll do it over with new criteria to accommodate your concerns. Alabama came in first in that second competition. His Secretary of the Air Force reviewed the results, said it was fair, and the president named Huntsville. It was the Biden administration that decided to make it political, even though his own Secretary of the Air Force said it was a fair competition and it should be in Huntsville. So I want you to know I appreciate this president standing up and being strong and saying he's going to make this right and put it where it rightfully belongs, and that's Huntsville, Alabama.
Thank you very much. Good job. Appreciate it. So thank you all very much. You are going to leave me alone now. You're not going to call me anymore and talk about this subject, right? You promise? They'll start something else. But I just want to congratulate you. It's a very big deal. When you come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that we just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, a drug-carrying boat, a lot of drugs in that boat. And you'll be seeing that, and you'll be reading about that. It just happened moments ago, and our great general, head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, who's been so incredible, including what took place in Iran, knocking out potential nuclear power for a long time to come. I think within a month they would have had it if we didn't do what we did. But he gave us a little bit of a briefing, and you'll see. And there's more where that came from. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time. And we just, these came out of Venezuela and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela. So we took it out, and you'll get to see that after this meeting is over. Do you have any questions, please? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Tuberville, you talked about the cost savings
Yeah.
associated with this announcement. Can you talk about the strategic benefits by having Space Force Command headquartered in Huntsville?
Well, it just works because we have so much else there. And having a central, you could call it a central command, but it really is a command station. Also, even locationally, where it is, and when you think about flying distances, if you can save a half an hour as fast as some of these planes go and things go, and even the rockets go, if you can save by having the best location. So we went out, as you know, to experts, and we had 4 different groups of experts. They all said this was the best location. I also loved it from the standpoint, I know the people of Alabama, they are great people, work hard, and there's no games, and they're very proud of it. And I would say they fought harder for it than anybody else also. A lot of states, 5 states really wanted it, but they wanted it more. And I kid you not when I say that these people, they spoke to me a lot. That's all they wanted to talk about. They didn't want to talk about the weather. They only wanted to talk about moving to this location, moving to Alabama, Huntsville in particular. So we're honored to do it. They really wanted it badly, and they got it. Peter?
President Trump, something completely different, but about a big viral social media trend over the weekend. How did you find out over the weekend that you were dead? You see that?
No.
People didn't see it for a couple days. 1.3 million user engagements as of Saturday morning about your demise.
Really? I didn't see that. You know, I have heard, it's sort of crazy, but last week I did numerous news conferences, all successful. They went very well, like this is going very well. And then I didn't do any for 2 days, and they said, there must be something wrong with him. Biden wouldn't do them for months. You wouldn't see him. And nobody ever said there was ever anything wrong with him, and we know he wasn't in the greatest of shape. No, I heard that. I get reports. Now, you knew I did an interview that lasted for about an hour and a half with somebody, and everybody saw that was on one of your competitors. I did numerous shows and also did a number of truths, long truths, I think pretty poignant truths. No, I was very active over the weekend. They also knew I went out to visit some people at the club that I own, pretty nearby on the Potomac River. And no, I've been very active actually over the weekend. I didn't hear that one. That's pretty serious stuff. Well, it's fake news. You know, it's just it's so fake. That's why the media has so little credibility. I knew they were saying, like, is he okay? How's he feeling? What's wrong? I said, I just left. And it's also sort of a longer weekend, you know, it's Labor Day weekend. So I would say a lot of people know I was very active this Labor Day. I had heard that, but I didn't hear it to that extent. Go ahead, Peter.
Something else. We know that this country has a huge problem with school shootings. You've said that you're open to sending the National Guard pretty much anywhere. Would you ever consider sending an armed National Guardsman to every school?
Well, we have a big problem with school shooting, but we also have thousands and thousands of schools that run perfectly. You know, they talk about you can do things construction-wise, and that's really, I think nobody knows more about construction than me. You can build the construction doors. You can build what they call safety doors, where they lock on the outside, the inside, and every place else. Well, but if one of these lunatics happens to get through, then the police can't get in. Then they're looking for keys all over the place, and it takes a lot of disadvantages to doing, you know, spending billions and billions of dollars and actually making it safer in some way for some of these lunatics that we're dealing with. But I don't think so. I've thrown out the concept. We have great teachers that love our children. The parents love the children. Teachers love the children too. And if you took a small percentage of those teachers that were in the military, that were distinguished in the military, that were in the National Guard, et cetera, and you let them carry. That's something that a lot of people like. I sort of liked it. It'd have to be studied, but they're trained. They know about weapons. You can't do it with every teacher because most teachers don't know, and you know. But I always thought that would be an alternative. But it just we've had a lot of instances. Other countries have also. They have different kinds of problems than we have, but we do have. There's something going on. And it's a bad thing. Yes, please.
Have you spoken with President Putin in the past week? Have you spoken with President Putin?
Yeah, I don't want to. I have learned things that will be very interesting. I think in the next few days you'll find out.
Will there be any consequences if there isn't some type of announcement of a meeting with President Putin and President Zelensky?
Yeah, there will be. We're going to see what happens. We're going to see what they do and what happens. I'm watching it very closely. Last week, they lost 7,000, between the two countries, 7,313 soldiers, to be somewhat exact, for no reason whatsoever. And they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, but, you know, they're soldiers. I want to see it end. Yeah.
Mr. President, have you decided you're definitely going to send National Guard troops to Chicago?
I didn't say when, but the answer is, look, Chicago's very interesting because I watched Pritzker get up and say about, we don't need help, we're safe. But 2 weeks ago, they had 6 people murdered, and they had 24 people hit by bullets. Last week, as you know, it was 7 people, 24 people hit, and 7 people died. And then over the last 2 days, that was the crown jewel. They had, I guess, 9 or 10 killed, and 50 hit with bullets. And you have this governor get up, who's a terrible governor. Probably he and Gavin Newsom would be probably the 2 worst and most naive They're naive. Either they're naive or they're very untruthful. And he'll say, we don't want any protection. We don't need. So in the last 3 weeks, he's lost almost 20 people killed. There's no place in the world, including you can go to Afghanistan, you can go to places that you would think of. They don't even come close to this. Chicago is a hellhole right now. Baltimore is a hellhole right now. Parts of Los Angeles are terrible. If we didn't put out the fires, and I mean the other fires, the bullet fires, they didn't do a good job with, they should have had the water coming down, like I said. You know, we had to release the water. We had to go in and release the water to LA. It's so badly run. But if I didn't send the National Guard into Los Angeles, I would be making an announcement today. I'd be talking about Huntsville, and I'd simultaneously be saying, by the way, the Olympics is not coming to Los Angeles. If we didn't do that, and even the sheriff, the top law enforcement person in Los Angeles said, we could not have handled it without them. So that's what he said.
Make your mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when, we're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation. When we lose, when 20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks, and 75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called D.C., District of Columbia, right here where we are. It's now a safe zone. We have no crime. It's in such great shape. You can go and actually walk with your children, your wife, your husband. You can walk right down the middle of the street. You're not going to be shot, Peter. You're safe. Everyone likes you anyway. They probably wouldn't do it. But it's so dangerous. And there are people in this audience that you've suffered greatly. There are people in this audience that have been mugged and hurt badly, and they don't want to talk about it. Maybe you were very brave in talking about it. You made quite an impression on a lot of people. I appreciate it. But there were other people in this room that have been hurt very badly just walking down the street in D.C. Washington, D.C. is a safe zone right now. It's a safe city. The restaurants are open. They're booming. You can't get a restaurant. New restaurants are announcing that they're going to be open. This took place in 12 days. Now it's 15 days, but 3 days ago it became what's known as a safe zone. It's a safe city. And this city was really bad, really, really bad. We took 1,600 people out, hardcore criminals that will not be coming back anytime soon. And we're very proud of it. You know, to have our nation's capital lose every week. You know, it was like years, many years, where every single week somebody was killed for many, many, many consecutive weeks. This went on for years. And then we had, last week it was announced that nobody was killed last week. And I made that announcement in front of a very distinguished leader of a country. And I'm saying proudly, ladies and gentlemen, nobody was killed in Washington, D.C. this week. He looked at me like, what's that all about? I say, yeah, we have a little bit of a crime problem. And we don't have a crime problem in Washington anymore. And the mayor has been very helpful, and the police commission has been very helpful, and it's been a great team. And I would love to have Governor Pritzker call me. I'd gain respect for him and say, we do have a problem, and we'd love you to send in the troops, because you know what? The people, they have to be protected. I saw today on one of your networks, not a friendly network, really the opposite, I would say, very unfriendly network. And they interviewed about 12 people on this morning. Most of them were African American, they were black. And they were saying, please, please, please let the president send in. These were people from Chicago. Please, we need help. We need help. We can't walk outside. We're petrified. If the governor of Illinois would call me up, I would love to do it. Now, we're going to do it anyway. We have the right to do it because I have an obligation to protect this country. And that includes Baltimore. I saw where Governor Moore was asking me to take a walk down the street of Baltimore. Well, Baltimore is a very unsafe place. It's rated number 4 in the city, one of the most unsafe places anywhere in the world. But, you know, we took care. This was a beautiful thing that happened in Washington because we showed that it could be done. And this wasn't just sending big, strong guys, and they are big and they are strong, You know, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court that had to do with sort of talent. It had to do with you are put down based on merit. You can hire based on merit. So merit for a soldier or for a policeman is strong, physically fit, something, you know, having a certain ability, not a person that is woke and got the job through woke, but wasn't strong enough to lift a gun out of the holster, et cetera, et cetera. No, I looked at the police. As you know, last week I went over, we had a meeting with, there had to be 300 people, and they were all very impressive looking. And when the bad guys see them, they're not going to do a thing. And so I'm very proud of Washington. It serves as a template, and we're going to do it elsewhere. But Chicago is certainly going to be high. I would love to have him call. I would love the governor of Illinois. I'd be honored to take his call. All he has to do is say, sir, we need help. It's out of control. And everyone knows it is. He's not kidding anyone. I would love to have, I would say, Governor Moore call, because I watched him over the weekend trying to explain that Baltimore, what they need is housing. No, they don't need housing. They need to get rid of the criminals. These are hardcore criminals. You know, we took many people off the streets of Washington, D.C. They're hardcore. They're not going to be good. In 10 years, in 20 years, in 2 years, they're going to be criminals. They were born to be criminals, frankly. They were born to be criminals, and they're tough and mean, and they'll cut your throat, and they won't even think about it the next day. They won't even remember that they did it. And we're not going to have those people. Washington, D.C. is now a safe zone. It's a safe place. And you can walk, Katie, you can walk right down the street with, by the way, one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen, which is her husband. He was a football player for like 11 years in the NFL. He's a big person. But big doesn't mean anything when they have guns and when they have knives and everything else that they have, right? But you can walk right down the street, even by yourself, and you're totally safe. Washington, D.C. is a great thing. Yes, ma'am, please.
Mr. President, as you're calling on Democratic leaders across the country to work with you on crime, do you see your efforts here in D.C., including, for example, working with Mayor Bowser here as a model for bringing more bipartisanship in matters not only with crime, but also issues that matter to everyday American people's lives?
So Mayor Bowser's been great. She could have taken the thing, oh, well, and then after I clean it up, they'll take credit for it. You know what they do is they take credit. Like, we cleaned up Los Angeles. We did a great job there. And it was overwhelming what was going on. And again, the police chief made a statement that we could not have done, there's no way they could handle it. You saw what was happening out there. It was going to be a disaster. We stopped it cold. If we didn't do that, would have been a very sad day. And you know, remember, we have the Olympics, we have the World Cup, we have all these things coming, and we have 250, all of these things coming. But I watched Newsom get up and say he's doing a great, he's not, we're the ones that did it, and that's okay, whatever it takes, but the main thing is but he got up and said, we did it. Well, he didn't want us there, and he's going to need us again because it's starting to form again. I see it. It's starting to form again. You know, we have to maintain. It's like maintenance on an airplane. You can buy it, but you have to maintain it. And if you don't maintain it, a good plane becomes very unsafe very quickly. So it's an honor to do it. It's a lot of presidents wouldn't do what I'm doing. I don't need this heat. But when I watched television last night and I'm watching the news and I see that 9 people were killed in Chicago and 54 were badly wounded with bullets, I say, that's not this country. We have to do something. And I do say this, I say this very much. I'm not speaking to anybody but them right now. I would love to receive calls from governors and mayors saying they need help. We'll help them. We have a lot of people. We have a great force. We have a great military force. You know, Pete will tell you that when I was running for office, and this was a big headline, I think, you know, probably got me a couple of votes, but you couldn't sign people in the military. Nobody wanted to join the military, the Army, Air Force, the Navy, Marines, Space Force, Coast Guard. We never forget Coast Guard because they've done such a great job. Never. But nobody wanted to join any of them. We were way below what we wanted. Every single one. The closest was the Marines, whatever that is. You'll explain that to me. But the closest was the Marines. But every service was way down, way down. And then I got elected, and our country's the hottest country anywhere in the world right now. Everybody's talking about the USA. They're talking about the job that we're doing. Everybody. We have the best economy. We have a very, very important decision being made by the Supreme Court because our country is the richest, the strongest, the most powerful. But if for some reason some liberal court, I'm talking about the court that just ruled, where even an Obama judge voted in favor of us, which I gave him a compliment yesterday, as you know. I said that took great courage. But it's a liberal court, and it's going up to the Supreme Court, who I think have been incredible people. I think they've made very wise decisions. But the tariff question, because without the tariffs, this country is in serious, serious trouble. We've taken in almost $17 trillion of investment is coming in. Most of it is coming because of tariffs. And if for some reason somebody wanted to be politically correct, I actually think it's unpolitically correct. I think politically correct is to approve it because there's nothing so popular as what's happened to our country. Our country is doing so well. But we had a liberal court gave us a very shocking ruling, and that ruling is basically saying that the trillions of dollars that are pouring into our country, putting us in a position like no country is anywhere in the world, that they'd like to see us that taken away. By the way, a lot of the people behind that lawsuit, that particular, are from foreign countries, I might add.
There's a video that is circulating online now of the White House where a window is open to the residents upstairs and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI generated.
So
Actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
So that's a fake video?
Well, it's got to be because I know every window up there. The last place I'd be doing it is that because there's cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's, in fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof. And number one, they're sealed. And number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be, where was the window? Let me see.
Maybe for the renovations?
Which is the window?
It looks like this is on the 15th Street side, I think. Yeah. So right here.
Yeah, those windows are sealed. Those windows are they're all sealed. You can't open them.
What you were saying regarding the federal.
It's the kind of thing they do. And one of the problems we have with AI, it's both good and bad. If something happens really bad, just blame AI. But also they create things, you know, it works both ways. If something happens that's really bad, maybe I'll have to just blame AI. But there's truth to it because I see so many phony things. I saw something as I was growing up from the time I was a baby till now. I said, who did that? It was AI generated. So it's a little bit scary, to be honest with you. But those windows are all very heavily sealed.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to follow up with what you were saying regarding that federal appellate court that ruled against you and your administration as it relates to your ability.
Well, they ruled against our country, the court, and they ruled against us before. It's a very liberal court.
You called it highly partisan in your
Well,
social
it certainly
media posts.
is. It certainly
and
is.
in fact, it was along ideological lines, 7-4.
Well, except that we actually got one of the Obama judges that was appointed by President Obama voted in favor of the tariffs because he felt it was imperative for our country to thrive and survive even. And I gave him credit. I said, you know what? That took a lot of courage for him to do it because you don't see that often.
So my question is, I suspect you're going to appeal that all the way to the Supreme Court.
Well, we already have, yeah. In fact, we're doing something else. We're going to be going to the Supreme Court, we think, tomorrow because we need an early decision. I mean, look, the financial fabric of our country, we're a rich, incredible country right now. And we're able to, you know, other countries use tariffs on us for years, and we never did. I did a lot during my first term, but then we had COVID, and we had to focus on other things. You couldn't be tariffing Italy, Spain, France, as they were dying by the thousands and millions. But we did with China, and China paid us billions and billions of dollars. And I started the process, but then I had to end it a little bit because of COVID. We focused on that. But no... it's a very important decision, and frankly, if they make the wrong decision, it would be a devastation for our country. We've taken in trillions of dollars. And by the way, all these countries signed agreements. As an example, they're all happy. Everybody's happy. But some whack job put in a lawsuit. It went before a very liberal court, and the liberal court ruled, it was 11, they ruled 7-4, with one of the most liberal of them all voting in our favor because they're patriots. I think I give tremendous credit to that judge. And now it's going to the Supreme Court. Now we're going to be asking for early admittance. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for an expedited ruling because, you know, when you look at the stock market's down today, the stock market's down because of that. Because the stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs. If you look at AI, all of those, you know, all of that money that's going to be invested, trillions and trillions of dollars, the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, I suspect. It's the internet plus 3 or 4 other things combined. We are leading very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs. We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a chance because we wouldn't be able to protect those investments of the companies coming in. So if you took away tariffs, we could end up being a third world country. That's how big the ruling. So we're asking for an expedited ruling.
As a backstop to that, President, you have a Republican-controlled Congress. You control the House. You control the Senate.
Yeah, but we don't have 60 votes. We don't have 60 votes. I'd love to do that. Oh, if we had 60 senators, if we got the 60 votes, we would get them. But we need 60 votes, and we need, you know, a certain number in the House. I think we'd get, I don't know, we have about 5 of them here. Would everybody agree with me on tariffs? Without tariffs, we're a different country. We have taken in so much money. And here's the thing. We signed a deal with Japan. They're paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. We signed a deal with South Korea. We signed a deal with the European Union. We signed a deal with Europe. And those countries are paying us $950 billion. And they're happy about it. They're okay. As one of them said, it's amazing that we got away with it so long. One of my friends, a leader of one of the countries, and they're fine with it. They all signed. If that ruling ever went against us, I guess we'd have to give back hundreds of billions. We would have to give trillions and trillions of dollars back to countries that have been ripping us off for the last 35 years. And I can't imagine it happening. On a legal basis, they have no legal basis whatsoever. But on a common sense basis, it would destroy America. Okay.
You talked about controlling the sky. On Sunday, the satellite signal of Ursula von der Leyen's plane was alleged.
With Ursula? Well, she had an interesting event. She's a tremendous woman. And so what are you asking me about her?
NATO is concerned about it, about this.
Sure, NATO is concerned about it. Well, nobody knows where it came from, but they did take away her ability to use a phone. You know? Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that could happen to me. I'd be very happy.
Mr. President, reducing the tariffs on India from 50%.
What does that mean?
Are you considering taking away some of the tariffs that you've imposed on India?
No, we get along with India very well. But India has, you have to understand, for many years it was a one-sided relationship. Only now since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one. And we, therefore, weren't doing much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them. Foolishly, we weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, you know, everything they made, they'd send it in, pour it into our country. Therefore, it wouldn't be made here, you know, which is a negative. But we would not send in anything because they were charging us 100% tariffs. And, you know, I'll give you an example, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson couldn't sell into India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle. So what happens? Harley Davidson went to India and built a motorcycle plant. And now they don't have to pay tariffs. Same thing as us. So what we're doing is literally thousands of companies are coming into the U.S., car companies, AI, but, you know, more traditionally, car companies. We have so many car company factories under construction or being designed right now. And they're coming from China, they're coming from Mexico, I must tell you, and they're coming from Canada, a lot of them coming from Canada. But they're coming into our country because they want to build here. And they want to build here for two reasons. Number one, they'd like to be here. And number two, the tariffs are protecting them. And number three, they want to avoid paying tariffs. When they build their cars here, they don't have any tariffs to pay. You know, when you build here, you don't have any tariffs.
Mr. President,
Go ahead,
in
please.
light of the Minnesota shooting last week, the Department of Homeland Security is now awarding more than $100 million to hundreds of faith organizations across the country to help them ramp up security. What's your vision for further protecting religious liberty across the country amid incidents of threats and
So
violence?
religious liberty is so important, and we're talking about every religion now, and we're doing things on that nobody else has ever done, and we're going to be having a big announcement in about 2 weeks on that question. Yeah, please.
On Space Command, sir, are you concerned that people may not be willing to relocate from Colorado to Alabama?
No, I'm not worried. It will get somebody else. I mean, the problem with Colorado is they have a very corrupt voting system. Look, I have so many friends in Colorado. Anytime you have mail-in voting, you have corrupt elections. Very simple. It's very simple. Even Jimmy Carter said it with his commission. They set up a commission with him and Scoop Jackson and some people, highly regarded people. And they said the finding was, if you have mail-in voting, you will have corrupt elections. Well, your radical left governor decided that he was going to have all mail-in voting in Colorado. Once you have all mail-in voting, and for whatever reason, the Democrats cheat. And they cheat like, they're not stupid. That's the only thing. They're no good on policy. They're no good on management. They're no good at government. But they're great at cheating. And they stick together, too. I give them credit for sticking together. Please.
Obviously, this is a big win for national security, moving this to Alabama. We've all can agree with that.
Big.
Is there any idea of the economic impact this has on the state and on that local area?
Katie, do you want to answer that?
Look, I mean, go ahead.
Please go.
This is going to be tremendous. I mean, the state of Alabama, what we've seen through this process is the worst of Washington. We've seen politics get in the way of what is best for the warfighter, what's best for national security. And the state of Alabama is about to show the country the best among us. So we know the economic impact is going to be tremendous. There at Redstone Arsenal, we're proud to house everything from the FBI to headquarters there for material command to a number of things. We obviously have NASA with Marshall Space Flight Center, and so this naturally fits within. When you look at the decision matrix that they placed in front of us, that's why we ranked so high, is because we have the resources necessary and the ability to build out quickly to meet the needs in front of us. As far as economic impact, it would be tremendous. Does anybody have an exact number? 1,600 jobs.
3,000 spinoff.
With 3,000 spinoff. Look at this. This is teamwork right here. So we are really proud, and the people of Alabama are ready to get to work.
And I've got a housing question, if you could, just for a second, Mr.
Yeah,
President.
please.
Owning a home and going about the American dream seems like it's out of touch for a lot of Americans. Just recently, you pushed out a statement about addressing an emergency housing situation.
That's right. We're thinking about doing that.
Yeah, can you just...
Well, we need a little help from the Fed. We have a man named Jerome Too Late Powell. You probably heard of him. He's too late. He's way too late. And the economy is so strong that it's pushing through that. Normally, it would have been much tougher, but we're doing so well that we're pushing through it. But it makes it very hard for people to get mortgages because too late is too late. Very simple. He's too late. And probably political, whatever. He wasn't too late before the election. Before the election, he was cutting rates, right? Because he was hoping that, I guess, Biden would get in or that Kamala would. He was a big Biden guy. Explain that one. And then he was a Kamala person. But he was hoping, I guess, she'd win, I guess. I don't know. It didn't work out too well. But, yeah, we need a very serious cut. You know, I think that if you look back many decades ago, the United States was always the lowest, even if they were doing badly. The United States was, because without the United States, everything in the world would die. It's true. It's so powerful. It's so big. And I made it really big in the first 4 years. Then it started to degenerate with what this Biden administration did. But we built it up to a level that I never thought we could be at this quickly. We're the hottest, we're the best financially. The money coming in is so big because of tariffs and other things, but because of tariffs. Tariff gets us even those other things. Plus, it gets us great negotiating. I settled 7 wars, and numerous of those wars were because of trade. And numerous of the trade deals that I made were because of tariffs. It gives you a great negotiating ability. If that ability were taken away from us by a liberal court acting on essentially foreign nations asking to get help from the United States government, when they've been doing this to us for 40 years, that's why we have $38 trillion in debt. We won't have it for long if they let us, if they allow us to do what everybody knows we should be able to do. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, another Biden-era action that you're now reversing is that you signed a deal last week to make federal buildings adopt and embrace classical architecture styles again. Can you talk to us about why you do that, and also what's your vision?
Well, we want to see beautiful buildings. Now, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. I've seen architectural reviews over the years. I'm an expert at it. I've gotten a lot of great reviews. But I've seen buildings that I didn't think were very good get great reviews, and I've seen great buildings get bad reviews. So, but it's just a standard. We want to have a good standard. We're building something here, you know, for 150 years they wanted a ballroom at the White House. We're doing something at the highest level using great architects and all. And, you know, it's very exciting. But we have a lot of interesting things happening architecturally in D.C. And D.C. is like a different place. And, you know, even the contractor said, sir, we walked down today, we feel like much safer. It's like a different place. Washington, D.C. is great. Now, we're going to also beautify it. We're going to put a topping on the roads. We're not going to rip them apart and take 4 years to build a road that was exactly the same by the time you build it. But we're going to put toppings. We're going to put new medians in. We're going to get the graffiti off. We're going to put tiles up in the tunnels where the tiles are missing. We'll do the whole tunnel instead of, you know, a little area where you see new tiles, old tiles that never look too good. But they could use it. You know, they've been up for 50 years. They've served their duty. But we're going to make this within about a 20-mile radius from the White House. We're going to have this place spick and span. It's going to be crime-free, and it's going to be spick and span. It's going to be, you'll be proud of Washington again. Go ahead, please.
Sir, China's having a massive military parade that President Putin and Kim Jong-un will be attending. Do you interpret that as a challenge to this? And are you concerned at all about those countries trying to be some sort of counterweight?
Not at all. China needs us, and I have a very good relationship with President Xi, as you know, but China needs us much more than we need them. No, I don't see that at all, no. And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if anything comes out of it. If it doesn't, we'll take a different stance.
One march today in California ruled that your deployment of National Guard troops to Los Angeles was illegal. Do you have any response?
Well, it was a radical left judge, but very importantly, what did you not tell me in that question or statement that you made? Pretty much of a statement, I think.
Well, I was asking for your response.
No, you didn't say what the judge said, though. The judge said, but you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need. But why didn't you put that as part of your statement? Because the same judge ruled exactly as you said, except the judge said that you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they have to do. Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, guys. So we saw the markets push up a little bit here. Close that down there. So overall, kind of a whole bunch of nothing in my opinion. Nevertheless, they pumped the market up, gave it a nice little POTUS facelift. And we took profits, 20% on our NVIDIA calls. So today's been a really good session for me in the live day trading room, and likely for members and people looking. Basically, I made money on both of my SPY call options. I made money on NVIDIA, I made money on Palantir, and right now, my GDX short common shares is slightly green, but looking for more. So Basically, yeah, very successful day. 5 for 5 so far today. Day trading. Thank you, JP. Appreciate that. Nevertheless, let's see what else is shaking and moving. You have had the S&P 500 trigger a little bit of a bullish inverse head and shoulders. Very good price action. Some stocks have certainly firmed up. Nat gas making a red to green reversal. Crude oil strong on the tape. SPY still down 0.86. QQQ down 0.97. IWM down 0.65. IWM still outperforming the major indices. So if we look at the SPX chart, SPX has, so far, 20 minutes left, SPX has maintained bullish support levels. You can see that trend line pivot to pivot, a little bit of a fake breakdown pivot. You have maintained bullish structure on the session, closing above that key trend line. After a bottoming tail of this nature, you typically can get a retrace. If that retrace occurs tomorrow, then we'll see if a 382 or 50% retrace gets bought up. But so far, on the larger time frame, what is the market still doing? The market is still putting in higher lows. And you filled a really good technical gap on the major S&P 500 today. A really phenomenal technical gap. And bulls are defending that critical impulse green bar low for now. Now, the flip side, obviously SPY has this very interesting trend line from all these pivots that you're tapping at very shortly. But nevertheless, the markets are defending themselves and rebounding off of the lows. That's kind of what you want to see. The big level for NVIDIA that I would like to see it get above is a move back above that earnings low. Right now, it's just hanging on a bit of a knife edge right at that neckline, exactly why we went long NVIDIA at the pierce of the neckline, because it was a big liquidity grab and sweep, and now you're getting a retest of that neckline. Microsoft trying to push up here. Gold still surging up 2.69% on gold. My oh my. My oh my. You look at some of the strongest stocks, guys, which are what? Nat gas equities. I have been pounding the table on these names, and they keep performing, making bullish moves to the upside. Look at AR pushing to new highs here intraday with the S&P 500. Looking at EQT, EQT still has that very large inverse head and shoulders that really hasn't broke out just yet, but getting very, very close. Very, very close. RRC also looking very interesting intraday time frame. I like it a lot. Epic move to the upside here in Nat Gas, negating a bit of a head and shoulders pattern, making a bullish recovery. Nat Gas looks like it is set to keep pushing higher here. Daily chart, next resistance is your 50-day moving average. Look at them squeeze that S&P 500. They are squeezing it. Bang, bang. NVIDIA still pushing, going for 171. Tesla trying to make a little bit of a move here. Look at that S&P squeeze, guys. Monster rally as POTUS has ended his press conference. He is pushing this market to the high side. Buy, 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 buy. Good price action today in Snapchat, making a V-shaped recovery reversal. MRVL making a little bit of a recovery and reversal off of the lows. Alibaba continuing to see unwavering strength for BABA. Quite phenomenal, this price action. That's for sure. Let's look at open door. Open door taking a little bit of a breather. Trying to break out, perhaps a little bit of a liquidity sweep and grab. Caleb asking IWM long into tomorrow. Let me check my 8 ball. Let's take a peek. You know, it's looking a little constructive. I did close some of my put options on IWM. That's all I can really tell you. Um, there's still a lower bearish target. The fact that you've broken this neckline, you've triggered this really awkward looking topping formation, and the downside potential is around 231. So there could potentially be a retrace. I don't know if I want to swing anymore. I mean, the time to enter swing trades is down here. I bought a couple different things with members. I'm not swinging the IWM personally long, but I think that if you get a retrace tomorrow of this candle, it kind of lessens the risk. I wouldn't try to swing it personally. I mean, typically the volatility on a shortened week is a little bit higher. And I could definitely see us still potentially going a little bit lower, retracing some of this move. You know, if they were to do a hard flush into the close here, call it back to this opening range high, then maybe, but I wouldn't buy personally right here. I'd wait for some little bit of a retrace, you know, back to your opening range high at least, but preferably retesting this impulse green candle back here. You know, the high of this candle is around that 232.63. No problem. No problem. Right, gold still holding steady. Nvidia running into that little bit of a resistance trend line. Very cool. Very, very cool. Very cool. I'm surprised IWM is actually the best performing indice today. Considering rates are somewhat firm, it's kind of surprising. Yeah, gold is telling us something under the hood. There's a few different intra-market signals that I don't know. There's a lot of weird things going on in this market right now. Between the 10 and 2 spread and then what gold is doing, there is some concerning aspects of the market. You know, on the macro side, gold is signaling something nasty. But again, you got to trade the price action in front of us, right? The markets are still trying to grind and put in higher lows, higher highs. So even though gold is giving us some sort of a macroeconomic signal that is nasty, and when you look at the 10 and 2-year yield spread, these are longer term signals, right? They're harder to trade on a day-to-day basis. But gold will slow down. Gold will slow down. I'll personally be shorting the actual gold commodity at 35.50. I have some indirect shorts on the table right now with gold, but I'll be shorting the actual underlying asset around 35.50. That's just a heads up. All right, final 10 minutes left here in the tape, guys. Final 10 minutes. Look at them pump American Eagle. Look at them pump the S&P 500. What a beast. They are pushing SOXL up here. Semiconductors are now into that gap window. Very good close for the SOXL here. Oh, that's the wrong one. SOXL. Look at the move. Look at the move in the S&P. We're already hitting 640. Can you believe it? Craziness. Crazy. Microsoft getting some crazy wicks here. MOC seems to be coming out. What is happening? Microsoft, huge wick. Nvidia is still trying to grind. Let's see what Apple's doing. Apple, not too much. A little bit of a wick there. Google, not as crazy of a wick as Microsoft. Meta, Amazon. How's Tesla's MOC? Not doing too much. So that was a big wick there on Microsoft. Don't know what happened, but something crazy there happened on Microsoft. Look at that candle. It's a filthy candle. So far, the S&P has had a really good facelift. A really impressive bounce. You look at SPY, that inverse head and shoulders gives us a 643.59 upside target. Bitcoin still holding steady. WTI crude holding steady. Tesla starting to curl slightly lower. Nvidia seeing a little bit of top wick distribution. So today I took profits on the swing trade side. I locked in 215% today on a swing trade on Alibaba. I'm still riding half the position, but I secured more gains, 215% winner. Beautiful. Today I took profits on some of my IWM 231 puts near the lows here off that opening 10-minute candle. Locking in more gains there. Took 85% win on SPY calls, plus 110% win on a 639 live day trade. Took a little small scalp on PLTR. Trimmed my AFRM this morning. And look at that. That one still keeps going. That is crazy. That is a monster. What a beast. As well as took 70% off of a half trim on Coterra Energy, my $24 calls that I entered with members, printed quite nicely. Beautiful breakout for CTRA. Stunning move for Nat Gas. Nvidia is still staying somewhat firm here. Elevated. Let's look at that SOX L chart again. Look at them squeeze the semis. Squeeze it. Wow. That is crazy. The next stock to fall off of a cliff should be this ONDS. Should be. Head and Shoulders, I'm up about 4.5% on my short common shares. But we spiked all the way in the pre-market down to 511. I got a symmetrical move target down to 470, a bearish pattern target down at 450. So once this Head and Shoulders truly breaks, this name should start to tumble. Tumble on a Tuesday. Look at them squeeze the SOXL, baby. Pumping it. IWM pumping it. Gold coming in slightly off of the highs. Excuse me. Look at them squeeze SPY. Holy cannoli. What a rip. What an absolute ripper. SPY ripping to the upside, squeezing into the close. Look at that volume, 650, 653,000. They are hammering the S&P 500 to the upside here. 4 minutes left into the close, and we've had a huge push into the end of the session. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 10-minute green candles. It's exactly what we said. Don't be surprised if they keep the market weak and then they give it a POTUS pump. And sure as shit, President of the United States comes out, market stabilize, he ends, bang, ripper. A absolute face ripper into the end of the session. So far, looks like Trump did pump the markets into the end of the day. The poll was about a 50-50. Kind of interesting. IWM only down 0.5% now. Netflix is green. Eli Lilly's gone green. Microsoft trying to go green. Wow, they're squeezing semis, guys. They are squeezing semiconductor land. Are there any earnings after the bell today? Let's see.